All right, good evening, everybody. I just need to take a second here and make sure everything's set up, and we should be good to go. I was going to put out a tweet saying that I'd be starting closer to 8 o'clock, and then I tried to be a bit earlier, and then I failed to be a bit earlier, and I'm starting pretty close to 8. But I don't know, I'm trying to get a little bit better at being timely and accurate in terms of my kind of my warnings and such. Now, before I load up the game, actually, the game should probably not be too much of a demand on my resources. Let me just close a few windows here. Um, right. Oh, nuts. There was one thing I wanted to get. I bet I can. Here we go. Um, So I'll put that link out just for the start, and I'll probably come back to it every once in a while. But what we're going to be playing is Bonesweeper by Valiant Cheese. Now, some of you may actually recognize this game from before because I believe I have done it on stream, but I couldn't find the video when I looked for it. I do suspect that I did it kind of partway through an existing stream, so I understand it would be hard for me to find, but I actually had trouble finding the game. Like I don't even remember what game I was playing at the time, but when I first did it, um, it's possible that that was one of the videos that got lost due to some uploading troubles with Twitch. So that's a little bit of a shame. But yeah, again, it's also been a while, so even if you did see it, it's probably there's been some updates to the game. But how I wanted to introduce it was this is a game by Valiant Cheese, which I think some of you know either as a chatter here or somebody whose stuff I've covered before. So I first found out about Valiant Cheese from a tweet that somebody in the local game dev community, Eric Billingsley, who did the wonderful Spring Falls, as well as was someone who worked on Cuphead, as well as Tunic. I almost called it Secret Legend, but Tunic, I believe, is its name. Um, and it turns out that he didn't actually know Cheese. It was just he followed this interesting account. I think it was called Octocurio, which pointed out this pay what you want sort of SimCity inspired B city builder called Hive Time, which I thoroughly enjoyed. And actually, one of the really funny things about Hive Time is that it's gotten quite a few updates since I last played it, including some Twitch integration. And I have actually yet to play Hive Time with the Twitch integration, which feels like a tremendous oversight on my part, except that, I definitely really enjoyed and sort of had my time in Hive Time at the time. And as much as I enjoy Twitch integration, I don't find that central to the game. And so ultimately, rather than just sort of feeling like I was forcing the experience again, I kind of wanted to move on to, to new things, because certainly I'm definitely feeling a bit of a challenge in terms of keeping on top of everything that I want to do. But we kept in touch. It was actually really pleasant to talk to inside of the channel. And he invited me to help collaborate on a game idea that he had called Supply Chain. Now, this was sort of around the start of the pandemic when there were lots of stories of shortages and fights breaking out in stores over toilet paper. And he had a perspective in terms of how, where the source of those shortfalls was. I would even say I didn't necessarily 100% agree with the diagnosis for where it was. But the thing is that I'm not one of these people who feels that you need to be in complete agreement with someone to be able to talk with them or to be able to collaborate with them. And in the end, our central, I think the central idea of the game, we're both on the same page on, which is that we've sort of made a choice socially to build a certain structure in terms of how we sort of meet demands, in terms of how we go from the production of something to its consumption. And it has led to the current implementation of it has led to ones that are to supply chains, has led to a system that can potentially be quite fragile. And like whether or not, like the normative claim that comes out of that is probably where we would have some differences. So, I guess I'd put it to you this way. Like, if you take enough economics classes, you wind up thinking very defensible, but really weird to say things like, as a society, we have chosen to have financial crises. Now, on its own, you'd say, is like, why in the world would we choose such a thing, right? And, the answer to that is because by allowing financial crises to happen, we're actually enabling a lot of very productive economic activity that wouldn't necessarily occur without them. So basically, the fact that we allow banks to guarantee deposits, right? So you put your money into a bank, and if the bank goes bankrupt, or sorry, the fact that the bank can go bankrupt, the fact that it can say that it's going to pay you back and then it can actually not have the money to pay you back is a financial crisis. And that's not the only system in place, right? You can pay people back out of profits, but then of course you'd probably be less willing to put your money in the bank. And of course, if you are less willing to put the money in the bank, banks less willing to do loans, and they'll certainly give loans to different places. And so maybe you won't have things like student loans, which I think some people say, well, that's a bad thing, that you shouldn't have student loans. And I'm like, well, it is how I finance my education. Well, it's actually a loan from the bank that financed my education, not an actual student loan, but that's another question. So, in this case here, I think there's an argument to be made that, we've chosen this system because the ultimate benefits are greater than the cost, in the form of the fact that there can and have and will be in the future financial crises. And it's the same idea in terms of supply chain. Do we allow for a system that can have these shortfalls in terms of satisfying demands in the name of some, peak efficiency, sort of the system where it's almost like teleportation from producing the good to delivering it? Or do we want to roll back a little bit on that? Do we want to experience a bit of inefficiency in the name of being able to have something that's a little bit more robust to, to disruptions? And you'd sort of say, it's like, oh yes, well, we definitely want to be protected. But we're also complaining about inflation. And of course, what is inflation? Well, it's, the prices of goods and services going up. And certainly if you are introducing inefficiencies in a production or in a supply chain, you are going to see prices go up, right? As things become less efficient, they become more costly to do, you're going to see a rise in prices. And so it's all well and good to say, it's like, oh yes, especially when you're in the middle of the crisis, right? Oh yes, we absolutely have to have a secure line of toilet paper. I should always be able to walk into a store and get toilet paper no matter what. And then you say, it's like, okay, the price of toilet paper is going to triple as a result of that. All of a sudden you may have a different view on that priority. But anyways, I didn't mean to go on so much. As you can see, there's a lot of material that you can sort of dig out of what is an inherently fun. Like toilet paper is just inherently funny, right? And definitely the game has a sense of humor. I got a chance to write some funny stuff. G's got a chance to probably write more funny stuff. And it's a fun little, fun, I leave to your judgment. The fun parts are things that Cheese did. But it's a way to sort of explore that idea. I wouldn't say that it's something that you want to spend a whole lot of time in as like a game. It's not going to be like World of Warcraft. But take the toy, play around with it a little bit, see how well you do. I know some economists who have not been able to sort of balance it out. Like to me, I think there is an optimal system that you can put where you can basically just take your hands off the game and have everything work fine. But I've noticed that very few people have the time or inclination to find that. So maybe I didn't do such a good job in balance. I don't know. I suppose that's up to you. But in any case, this is a lot longer than I'd intended. I did want to give people a chance to sort of file into the stream. But Cheese has been working on some new projects. Actually, sorry, there was another game that he worked on, which is not one that was originated from him, called The Away Team, but he did help out on it. I really enjoyed The Away Team. I was actually pretty happy with how that game turned out. And just in terms of where the story went, because from what I understand, we definitely had the danger of failing, and we definitely could have gotten a different ending from the one that we got. But I was happy with where the journey went. So I definitely wanted to go back to Bonesweeper and sort of give it like a start of the stream kind of treatment. Now, the catch to this is that I've never been that good at Minesweeper, and I tend to get a little impatient with Minesweeper. So I have a suspicion that this is going to be pretty embarrassing for me in terms of the Minesweeper bit. But I did want to show off the game. He has been developing it on his channel, which is Valiant Cheese. And it is kind of neat. Like, as you can kind of guess from the fact that I was able to participate on Supply Chain, he's somebody who's definitely quite open in terms of his development and someone who likes to help out other game developers. And he's someone who's worked on things like Massive Chalice, Day of the Tentacle, what was the other, Hand of Fate 2, which we were playing last week. He's definitely done quite a few games that, you know, we've enjoyed and played on the stream as well. So this is not just somebody who does maybe small games you haven't heard of, but some things that you've probably played and enjoyed. And essentially he talks about his ideas in terms of game development. He uses tools that are free and open source. So, you know, he uses Blender. I think he used to use Audacity. I can't remember what he uses now. Maybe he still uses Audacity. I'm not sure. Godot for the game engine. So, you know, it's basically, I don't think this is as true as it used to be, but there were a lot of people who used to watch this channel, and there were some games that I would play and people would say, it's like, oh, this has made me really want to make games. And I'm actually generally encouraged to see that. I think there is sometimes the worry about the amount of effort that people are putting into the gaming dream, without it necessarily being like well defined. Like, if you want to make it a career, you do actually need to think is like, how are you going to keep food on the table? Are you making something that other people want to play and do want to pay for? Because obviously I would like people to be able to flourish and do well. And let's face it, game development is not the easiest, particularly independent game development is not the easiest thing to make a living with. But if it's a hobby, if it's something that, you know, people want to do and have some fun and maybe share a fun experience with people with, like, I'm really encouraged when people say that in response to games that I'm enjoying. And I want to see them succeed. I mean, I want to see the people who want to make a living doing it succeed as well. But the big thing, and I definitely learned this in terms of movies, like, you can like watching movies, but you don't have to make them. I don't regret the time I spent in movies, but obviously I have other things that I can contribute to the world, and probably ones that are better than the stuff I was doing as a camera assistant. Hey, Starbright, how you doing? Grass growing simulator. Yeah, now we got to see if there's a grass growing simulator. This sounds like an interesting game jam prompt. Like, everybody says, like, watching paint dry or watching the grass grow. Is there a way that you can make either of those? Is there a way that you can make either of those an interesting game topic? You got a trailer for Norseman, and it's painful because you already know that you will watch it, but this many trailers are giving things away. You know, I can't remember the percentage, but there was a survey, and I'm sorry, I will actually, you know what, tell you what, I'll load up Bonesweeper, and then we can really, this will at least be like glaring at me, telling me that I need to play. But an enemy blower, I don't remember exactly what the percentages was, but you would be surprised the number of people who pick up books and like flip to the last page to see how it ends. I don't believe it was a majority, but it was darned close. And I really wish I could find that survey. Now, I'm definitely someone who generally prefers to just, enjoy the experience and like go for the ride. But the phenomena of like giving away the plot, like the best example of this would be Terminator 2. If you've ever seen the first two Terminator films, you know that the whole start of the second movie, I'm trying to make this in a way so that on the odd chance that these movies are now so old that somebody might be able to enjoy the transition of this. But the whole point of probably the first 20 minutes, I'd say, of Terminator 2 is a certain degree of uncertainty as to who the helper and who the killer is. And that is something that's actually revealed in the trailers for the second film. So like there's the movie's sort of structured in such a way that there's sort of this question in terms of who's doing what. Whereas somebody who's seen this, multi-million-dollar marketing campaign already know this. I still find it enjoyable. It's the same way that, I don't read Shakespeare. I probably shouldn't use Shakespeare as the example, but I don't use Shakespeare to like be surprised each time I read, like, Julius Caesar. I kind of know the details of that particular plot. Hey, Valiant, did you wrap up your stream? Sorry, I've been I filibustered too much, just talking about all your other stuff. But yeah, no, it's I think the funny thing is about the trailer thing is that it's definitely known. Like most people sort of there's no shortage of sort of research that kind of goes into the sort of the marketing and the effects that these things have. Like the last thing that a movie studio is going to want to do is have a marketing campaign that drives people away from the theaters. Although of course now with streaming services, that might be a great way to get even more of those box office revenues in the pockets of the the filmmakers, of the distributor, which of course, I mean, not good for movie theaters. But it's funny, like we probably lament the idea of movie theaters closing, but to a certain extent, and then we complain about like the 30% that Valve takes. And I'm sure to the people who make movies, you would look at like the movie theater percent being sort of analogous to that Valve 30%. Like, what are they doing to earn that? They're just showing the movie. So maybe the movie theaters have better marketing. Every time Caesar, no, A2 Shakespeare. I'm streaming your stream. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hello everybody from Cheese's stream. I have a tendency to talk too much. And then we had some people stop in and I wanted to say hi, but we will be jumping into Bonesweeper very, very quickly. But let me catch up with what the chat people are saying, and then we can play this game. I did give a quick preface saying that I am catastrophically bad at Minesweeper. So even though I've done Bonesweeper before, I've actually done Bonesweeper on stream before. I have no idea what happened to the video. I'm assuming it's there somewhere. Well, actually, maybe it's not because I remember looking for it. But yeah, this will probably be a time for people to just kind of clutch their forehead and say, "You idiot, what are you doing?" But there is a grass simulator. Did not read the gameplay. However, there is indeed a game called Grass Simulator. US shows the. I'm not sure what US you're referring to. I didn't even know that was possible to get bedbugs from a theater. I mean, I've not got. I watched Tenet, and that's the last thing that I've seen. Tenet was like my one exception to my very harsh lockdown routine. But as much as I like the name Dr. Paleo Enthusiast, and by the way, I put this out before, but now that I know there's some bodies in here, this is where the prototype is. I believe the prototype is currently pay what you want, which is not necessarily the same as free. It means if you do not have the means to pay for it, there is not a financial barrier to you having this experience. However, if you do have the means, if people don't pay for these things, then we don't get these nice things. And I would definitely like to see Cheese, continue to be able to make these. And there are actually Patreon. There's a link to Patreon and things like that. So there are some Patreon supporters who have helped bring us this experience. Hey, The Exception, thank you very much for 49 months. My God, man. I don't get to thank you for 4 years. I get to thank you for more than 4 years. You may be my longest sub now that I think of it. Endor's might be another one. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm behind on my movie releases. You know what? We'll just call it. Okay, so I should also mention this is a concept prototype. We are expecting rough edges, so I do highly encourage you to check out Valiant Cheese's stream, because you get to see the development of this game and all the cool stuff. Oh, what's going on here? Is that maybe me pressing tab? Anyways, no harm, no foul. But there's Valiant Cheese's stream, and actually I can take a quick second here because we've got a few streamers inside the chat. But you get to see all the cool things in Valiant Cheese's channel. But this is something that is available for you to play and to check out. You can check out his Twitter, his Patreon, his itch page to see how the game is shaping up. And right here, I'm going to be playing the concept. So you're okay with people viewing the prototype as free. I wasn't sure if the prototype was going to be the same thing that came out. Like, I don't know if it's the same file that's going to be like updated to the full version or not. But yeah, there you go. You've heard it from the developers. So you can consider the prototype like the demo. But definitely Hive Time was a game that I wanted to try and do my part to sort of shove away from the idea of it being a free game, because it was a pay what you want game. But yeah, one way or the other, just keep in mind that pay what you want is distinct from free. And I do like to just sort of say, if you have the means, it helps. I like to think of being able to sort of support other people playing that game, because generally I find myself in the situation where I can. I'll admit this month I took a look at some of my expenses and cringed a little bit. There were a couple things that came in earlier than I was expecting that I'd ordered. So, but we'll not worry about that. The Exception's pushing me back into the black. The intention at the moment is to keep the prototype available after the full version releases, and that will be more commercially focused. No specifics, but you want to do something nice for people who supported you while the prototype was the latest version. So with that in mind, what is this game about? Dig sites to excavate fossils, build skeletons from the bones you find. So right now we have no loose fossils, no assembled skeletons, and we do not have any sorted miscellaneous fossils. So the first thing that we will do, I've already messed around with the settings and such, but I'm going to select a dig site. So I believe the full game, this game is about birds and their relatives. I was going to say, I was digging up the lore of the ancient lizard race. This is like some kind of a fantasy game. So I believe the finished game is going to have sort of a geoscape where you can kind of look around the world for different dig sites and that. But right now we have got South Africa, Hawaii, China, and England, each with different dinosaurs and different difficulty levels. So South Africa is medium. I believe it's easy with a medium size. Hawaii, moderate with a small, and China, moderate with a large. Excuse me. Large map. And then finally, England is the most difficult map. It's a prequel to Star Trek Voyager, Distant Origin. See, I've never seen Star Trek, so... I'm going to start with South Africa, which I believe is right around the level of difficulty that I can manage. But we will try some of the harder ones. I want to get enough parts to build a dinosaur, though. Okay, excavate fossils by digging the tiles around them. Deduce fossil locations from the adjacent fossil count on dug tiles. A fossil is considered excavated when all of the empty tiles connected to it and any adjacent fossils have been dug. Place flags to keep track of suspected fossil locations and prevent accidental digging. So I believe those are the instructions. That just opens them up. So you can do controls. So in this case, I've usually just relied on intuition, but if you want to know the controls that they are here. Oh, the game's frozen on stream. Hopefully this... Oh my. Okay. Well, that's gotta get fixed. Is this I don't know if this is a Bonesweeper bug or if this is a Godot bug. Because so what I'm doing right now, so I've just added it to OBS and it's not showing up at all. So what I originally did was the windowed mode, but Window doesn't seem to like that. Now, I will confess, I'm playing this on full screen, Cheese, so this might be a challenge. Actually, just for I was gonna say just for your benefit, I'll turn on the I'll put up the settings, but I'm like, you can't see them. But what I'll do here, I'll just get rid of that and turn on. So this is just doing a full screen capture. So I'm really hoping I don't have anything secret on in the background. Oh, wow. What's going on here? Okay. I think this is okay. Anyway, yeah. So this is the main this is full screen mode. Okay, let's try that again. Select a dig site. Chances are you couldn't see as it happens to there's actually a couple of things that I genuinely cannot show. So there's a problem that you have whenever you say something like that, but I got permission to do some stuff, which is fine. But some people have given me some stuff that they're like, we trust you to handle it, but just don't go sharing it around. And I was actually tell you, I'm actually going to take a second. I'm sorry to do this. I'm actually going to take a second. I'd feel better if I just make sure I just properly shut this stuff off. I have my data. The thing is, I shut my browsers and that should be fine because I use Jupyter Lab in the browser. But I don't want there to be I hit the website button and Firefox pops up and oh, hey, you just got to see the sales data for a bunch of stuff. So let me, okay, man, 30, I was not planning on spending 30 minutes on this, but yeah, it's just one of the, I can delete the VOD after the fact, but I don't want to delete, I don't want to, I don't want to lose a second Bonesweeper stream. Okay. So my apologies for the late start. I think we're all ready to go. Thank you for, oh God. It'll come back. There we go. So just FYI, I don't know if I want to change the anti-aliasing a bit. I think it was going full screen, which actually seemed to introduce it. Feels like just a little bit of a lag on the mouse, but I'm not too crabby about it. But this is what I've got it at. Okay, and Olaf, always good to see you. So, very much like Minesweeper, which is a game I am spectacularly bad at. I hope you're all able to hear the music, by the way. We're now going to Mongolia. And is it something you're experiencing, or is it only in the record? It's something I'm experiencing. It felt like the game started to chug a little bit when I went full screen. I thought, I don't feel like this is that demanding visually. But I usually just do full screen because it's a bit more convenient for the stream. And because I'm doing full screen mode, it's actually very convenient for me right now. But we can chat about that later if it helps. But yeah, we're gonna do the small map just because, well, the easy and small map, because I need to at least build up my confidence first. And then we can move on. I definitely want to do some of the more difficult levels just so that you can sort of see how it handles failure, because I think that's one of the differences that Bonesweeper does is how it sort of handles failure compared to Minesweeper. You get a Minesweeper win almost every game. When you hit a mine, you win. You don't need to worry about the mines anymore. I'll put it to you that way. So excavate fossils by digging the tiles around them. Deduce fossil locations from adjacent fossil counts on dug tiles. A fossil is considered excavated when all of the empty tiles connected to it and any adjacent fossils have been dug. Place flags to keep track of suspected fossil locations and prevent accidental digging. Yeah, I did feel the lag at the default anti-aliasing, so I don't know if that's connected, but like here it feels a little more zippy and responsive, so I suspect that there might just be something in specific ways. It's something that was just sort of like, okay, I notice a difference, but it's not something that I'm upset by. Wait, what was that sound when I hit the middle mouse button? Is that just because this map isn't big enough to move around? Or is this maybe indigestion? Oh, wow! What did I just do? Middle mouse button. What on earth did this button do? I guess that's just the same as hitting the middle mouse button or the left mouse button. Okay, anyways, that was a lucky first hit. So if a tile has no adjacent fossil. Oh, so this was just the same as me hitting the left mouse button, and it wound up just it was just a particularly good like empty. Okay, yeah. I've had clears like this in Minesweeper before. I was just a little surprised because I hit a button that I thought was going to do something different. But it doesn't make the noise when I hit the middle mouse button. So like middle mouse button gives me this sound. Left mouse button gives me this sound. But anyways, let's go on to the business of playing Bonesweeper. So obviously there's going to be a fossil here because there's nothing else that these ones could be touching on. I do like the little animations. It's actually one thing I quite like about this game, which is as I move around, like there's little things like the highlighted numbers, and I don't know, just things feel a little more responsive. No wiggly bones. So, you know, I'm sure Cheese will hire 500 animators to work on that, but and move fossils out of your way for the first dig so that you can't smash stuff without knowing what's going on. Oh, interesting. I always thought the maps were fixed. But yeah, now I actually need to think about this stuff. So these ones don't have anything else to touch, so we'll put a flag down here. Now, I don't want to ask too many questions of Cheese because I think part of the fun of this is watching somebody engage with the game for the first time. But I know in Minesweeper you have two different designations that you can make. One is the flag and the other is the question mark, which will prevent the accidental digging. What it feels like in this game is that you actually need to dig, you have to dig around the bones. So one of the things that prevents like Minesweeper from just having all the flags on the map and declaring victory is that if you have like a negative number of flags, you don't win. So you basically have to have a number of flags equal to the number of mines, and they have to be on the correct ones. But in this case here, it feels like you actually need to sort of you need to dig them out. Okay. The other thing that I'll just mention in terms of how I'm trying to think about it, I like that it shows the numbers are near the square that you're. Yes, that is actually one thing I really like on that one. No question marks here, and yes, fossils aren't excavated and added to your inventory until adjacent dirt is cleared. So again, this is an easy map, so I shouldn't be spending too much time thinking on this stuff. But in this case here, if I said that I'd flag this one, then that would mean that these guys don't have anything left to point to, basically. So we'll dig that out. So that's already got its 2. So there's the possibility, well, this one couldn't be it because then... Okay, there we go. So there's one already connected here. Well, this couldn't be the fossil because this is already connected. Okay, so this feels safe. So I guess it comes down to one of these two. I guess this would have to be the fossil. Hooray! I beat the easy map, and I'm glad it doesn't have a timer. So we found 8 fossils. And yeah, we will leave, and we're going to go to another dig site. I can't remember what we were working. I think Triceratops always winds up being the easy one. So actually, I'm going to continue on the Triceratops. Hard might be a little extreme to go on this, but I actually kind of want to show you how the game handles... Oh my god, there's 80. So I actually want to show you how the game handles failure. The menu background shows the species you were last working on. Oh! It was a Stegosaurus. Drat. Okay, well that's fine. I'll run ahead with... I can always leave. But what I'm going to do here is I'm actually just going to hammer away at some random tiles. Okay. So here are a couple of crunches. So in Minesweeper, I'd be restarting at this point. And this is probably one of the things that I think differentiates this game. And I think, so I suspect that there's probably going to be some controversy around whether or not this is a good thing or not. But, you know, again, you're thinking about a game where you want to very carefully, you know, dig up these fossils. You know, you're trying to preserve it and you're going to be rebuilding them. We'll get to the rebuilding a little bit later. But in this particular case here, and also if you're somebody, particularly if you're somebody like me who wants to get better at something. Oh, I didn't realize that there was I didn't really look into the options that much. So there's a gameplay option that ends digs immediately if you smash fossils. Your research grant is revoked, and you're thrown in front of the tribunal of archaeologists paleontologists for that's the second time I've made that mistake. For crimes against science. But yeah, I kind of like this touch because if you're somebody like me and you want to try and like get a little bit better at things and learn and try, it's neat not to get blown up. Like, so Minesweeper, I don't complain about Minesweeper blowing me up when stuff doesn't work out. But in this case here, right, it's an inefficient outcome. You're probably not going to be able to build the dino that you wanted. If you smash too many of these, but you're able to progress and you're able to still work on the same map. You're able to try and keep some of the ideas that you had in your head as you still move on and try to get better. And that's something that I kind of like about this. Archaeology, paleontology, they both study old items. Close enough. All right. So I think these ones are kind of no-brainers, and because this one's connected to 2, this should be safe. So this one's got a 3rd. I need to think about that a little bit. Also, this one should be a no-brainer. Hey, so we got a foot. They're very different disciplines. One is specifically the study of culture from its artifacts, old or not. but both are the source of excellent movie franchises. Okay, so this one doesn't have a 2. This one does have a 2, so this is the only possibility here. Oh, I blew it. I should have paid closer attention. Okay, so this has got a 3, so they've got a few possibilities. Let's try and go for a little more certainty. I'm just trying to find the low-hanging fruit right now. So this is already connected. This has got a 2. This is a little trickier than it seems. Like I said, I'm really no good at Minesweeper. So I look at something like this, I say, okay, there's a bunch of 1s here. Now if I put a flag down here, that violates the 1 at this point. Okay, that's fair. So this is the only option. I was gonna flag this one, but there's nothing saying that there can't be a fossil here. But this is already touching one, so we can clear that out. This isn't touching anything yet, but if there were a fossil here, then this would be a 2. So yes, Spielberg did direct Indiana Jones. All 4, I believe. But I know he only did Jurassic Park and The Lost World for the first for the Jurassic Park movies. Yeah, I believe George Lucas has only been a producer on those. Okay, I'm trying to... Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the thing. I'm not 100% sure what the actual breakdown of duties are. Because, like, it feels like producer is a... Like, it feels like there's a lot of very different kinds of producers. Actually, I know Morgan Jaffett's talked about this, right? So, like, there's the showrunner for TV series, but there's definitely more producers on a TV series than the showrunner. And I've seen on set, like, the different types of producers. Like, it's very clear that different people have different roles to play in these things. So I don't mind the distraction. It gives me a chance to move around. So, like, you know, obviously, I know it's fashionable to say, like, you know, Steven Spielberg had all the good ideas and, like, George Lucas just ruins everything he touches. But I don't actually believe that. I also believe that Steven Spielberg was a guest director on the third of the prequel movies. I think he might have done some of the fight scenes on the lava planet. I know Ron Fricke did the cinematography for it, at the very least. He's the guy who did Baraka and Samsara, and he was a cinematographer for Koyaanisqatsi. And if you've not seen Baraka, I highly recommend it, especially because it's Earth Day. If you have not seen Baraka, find the highest resolution version of it that you can. Watch it on the best TV or monitor or whatever that you have access to, and make sure you're just paying attention to it, because there are very few films that are as well shot as that one. Give it your attention. It's a treat. Samsara I felt was a little preachy, but like, I mean, both of them have a point. But, like, I definitely felt Samsara was a little more heavy-handed in how it communicated what it was trying to say, and I preferred Baraka. Anyways, that's now I'm responsible for pushing it off. Okay, so if there was a fossil here, then it wouldn't be a 1. Same story here. Okay, there we go. God, these 3s. Okay, so this is only touching 3 possibilities, so I guess that works. Okay, I want this to be true, but it can't be true because this would be a 3 if it was. Right, and there's the possibility of this one connecting. Okay, so what I should be looking at is this fella. So I've only got 2 here. There we go. That makes more sense. But then this one has a 3. Huh. Why am I being so stupid about this? Okay, so yeah, there's only 3 possibilities that it could be considering. You love this deductive type gameplay. What you enjoy about Minesweeper. The sea interests you, the sea mines not so much. I wonder if there's a battleship variant that you could do of Minesweeper / Bonesweeper. It's the sweeper-like genre. Okay, so what am I getting wrong here? So this makes sense. This makes sense. So this is touching 2. It can touch 2 here. This one's connected to a 2, which would tell me that this... Okay, no, so there's a possibility of 1 here. There's a possibility of 1 here. If I put a flag down here, I can still get my 3. I can still get my 1s. I still get my 2s, 1, 1. Okay. Damn it! Okay, so there's the 1 connected here. I definitely have a tendency to rush on stream, so like I said, I'm not so good at this game anyway, but okay, so this has to have a fossil here because there's no other 1. But I was ignoring the 3. Okay, so we know that's clear. There's got to be 1 fossil in these areas, and it's got to be this one because otherwise these aren't touching anything. It's high pressure if you're not feeling confident. I feel like a dunce when I'm streaming it. Yeah, well, I mean, you've made it, so I'm sure there's a few people saying is like, oh, do you know how your game works? But for me, it's just, I think the thing is that I do spend a lot of time sort of talking or thinking about things, and so when you don't see the payoff for the thought process, then you know, it does raise the question. It's like, okay, so like, is his analytical style, like, what's the deal? Is he just wasting our time doing this stuff? It's like, no, I'm obviously just clearly making mistakes. But I don't know, I need to pick a lane. I'll play Grand Theft Auto after this so I can let my brain rot. Okay, so I actually really like Grand Theft Auto, but let's see if we can try and make some sense out of this. So we've got our 2 here, we've got our 3, so there's the possibility. Okay, so this to me says this is the only possibility because there's no other tiles for this 3 to be affected by. This is touching 2. We've got 3 possibilities here, which we need to make sense of. This one has to be touching 2, which could be any one of these 3. Same story. Okay, so this one, again, any of these 3. This one's already touching 1, so one of these has to be... Yeah, like these are definitely the ones that in the usual Minesweeper, I'm sort of like, I don't really know if I have quite enough. This is actually where I normally do some of the question marks. I'm like, okay, so there's probably something in here. You know, it's a little bit like Sudoku. You start working out like what the, you know, you kind of like sometimes if I'm doing like truth tables for logic or something like that, you know, you just start peeling away some of the things. Well, we know this isn't true, so I can eliminate these possibilities and so on and so forth. But here I don't want to get too flag happy because that's where we wind up with like breaks like these. In the full version, you're adding some limited use abilities, probably unlocked via a research system that give you special dig options that are useful for handling possible guesses. Oh, interesting. But then you're gonna get the the From Software fans who are gonna be like, you can't add difficulty options. You're breaking the purity of the vision. I saw watching a guy. I feel kind of bad like talking down, but this guy's a bit of a jerk, so I'm okay. But I remember this guy who was like really ranting. I think somebody suggested the possibility that Sony was going to buy From Software. And I feel like this rumor's always been running around. I don't know, like I don't I can see why it makes sense, but I don't like I just kind of feel like this is a perennial rumor, and like a stop clock can be right twice, twice a day, right? So I don't know. I suspect it's just the Activision stuff and the fact that Sony bought Bungie, and that I feel like buying Bungie is probably the bigger sort of Microsoft competition than them buying From Software. Like I know From Soft games are popular, but I feel like Destiny is just a very different kind of, it's a very different level. But I remember they were like doing this really big hardcore, like as soon as they add the difficulty slider to like Bloodborne, I'm out. But what was really funny is they're playing Elden Ring like it's Space Invaders. Like they've got this very range heavy build, and they bring in like a lot of summons. So like basically as soon as an enemy gets close enough, they die. Like they just can't really handle anything. But as long as they can like stay at range and just keep flinging things at them, right? Like, so it's like, basically it's fine. And I mean, again, play the game you want. Like, I really don't care, how you play the game. I think particularly my enjoyment of, the Dark Souls games came from, trying to like running into a challenge, realizing I couldn't just sort of face roll it and have to sort of be a bit crafty in terms of how I got around the challenge. But I sort of feel like, if you're gonna be playing the like I'm the hardcore gamer card, like don't put your difficulty sliders in my hardcore game. I sort of feel like you'd not reduce Elden Ring down to like Space Invaders. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm really only saying that because the guy was a jerk for other reasons. So I just I did find it amusing though. I don't know. I'm secretly a bully. Maybe not so secretly a bully, but I need to pick my targets to be like socially acceptable ones. I'm gonna ignore this side of the map right now because I think I've got a little more to work with in this spot. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, yes, but this is touching 1, so this should be free. This looks for 2, so this should be free. 3, so this should be free. This is looking for a second, so the second could be on this side or the second could be here. And we need to think. This seems to be strongly pointing to this being the possibility, but I'm going to have to revisit that. Now, if the fossil were here, that wouldn't be touching. So this, I believe this is the only possible candidate, which would mean that this is free. This is connected to 2, so I need to find, well, it couldn't be this one because this has already got a 1. Again, this is touching a 1, and this is touching a 1. There we go. I've got my other Triceratops head. Okay, so do I believe this flag that I put down? So if I got rid of it, so if I put a flag down here, this guy would still have something to touch. So these would be free, and there's also still the possibility... Nope, but this one's already touching 2 here. So if I believe this state of the world, which I do, this should actually be free. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this is touching 2 already, so that's got to clear. This needs to touch 1. This needs 2. There's no other candidates. This is not yet touching 2. This is not yet touching 2. So there's any number of possibilities around here. So these two are touching, so it can't be this one, so I would assume this. There we go. Okay. I'm starting to make some progress. BRB, dudes. 1 second. Getting my little advertising in. All right. There we go. Game is back. Okay, so if I believe this state of the world, then this should be free. And this should get a... Oh, interesting. Okay, so this one needs to be touching 2. There's still a candidate here, so let's hit that. Okay, that's fine. This leaves no other possibilities. So this is touching 2. There we go. This is not yet touching 2, but if I put a flag down here, that would have to be a 3. This is touching a 1, so I should be able to dig around. All right, and this is touching 2, so there we go. All right, slow but steady progress. This feels like the better spot. But I don't know that for sure. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to clear out the obvious with the 1s. The thing I need to do is kind of figure out the right algorithm for Minesweeper. I don't know if this is like a solved game or anything like that, but so these ones are touching a 1. Okay, this is touching 2, so I should be able to make progress. This is not touching 2, so this is a candidate. I actually feel pretty strongly that there's a fossil here. This would be touching 3, so that could probably dig here. Now this needs to be touched. Yeah, so if I say that there's a fossil here, how do I explain... Yeah, okay. But if I put it here, where do I get my second fossil? So that would explain everything. Yeah, okay, actually the better candidate would be to say if there's 2 here, so this should be free. So there's only 1, but again, it could be anywhere over here. This needs to touch 2. This is the only candidate for this one to have the second. So I think we've solved that. These 3 are touching, but then we don't answer why there's a number 2 here. But that's got an easy fix. So if we put 1 down here, this third, so 1, 2, 3, it's empty here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. So apparently there are 4 fossils in the area. So if this one's already touching a 1, this should be safe. And this should be safe. This thing's surrounded by 4 apparently. Well, this should be a little easier. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one's got a 1, so that should be safe. These only have a 1 to touch, so this should be safe. This should be safe. These dig sounds are you pushing a fork into a bag of rice. I would not have guessed. Well, I guess if you, I'm assuming you did like a transformation to it to make it a little, I don't know, shoop ear. But I always like little details like that. We were talking about Terminator 2 earlier. And It's pretty vanilla. Interesting. I didn't realize that rice could sound so deep. Maybe you've just got a big fork, or particularly long, particularly long grains of rice. My favorite though is the T1000's sound effects. So the transformation sounds are cans of dog food being emptied, and the T1000 getting shot is the sound of it's the sound of microphones being thrown into yogurt, which, like, now that you know that, if you watch Terminator 2 again, it's very hard not to just have the image of these microphones being slammed into like buckets of yogurt every time you hear it. It is a very distinct sound once you start looking for it. I mean, it's still an amazing movie, but like once you know to listen for it, it's the only thing you're gonna hear. So fair warning. I probably should have given some kind of a warning beforehand. Okay, I've got my mental rest. Let's get back to the task at hand. So I'm kind of back to the same dilemma that I had before. So we've got our 4 accounted for here. We've got 2. So I guess if I look at this 4, we've got 3 candidates and 2 flags to account for. I always find these the real pains. I don't think we have any evidence one way or the other of saying if this would be clear. But yeah, so this one's already connected to a flag. So similar story. There's got to be 2 of 3 tiles that get flags here. This one has to have 2, and it can be one of these 2 possibilities. So I'd say, like, you know, one possibility I could say, it's like, okay, if I put a flag down here, because it sort of feels like everybody wants one, that's that's a hypothesis, but how do I know that's true? And I'm just trying to think if there's a way that I can make that a little more concrete for myself. Well, if that was true, I'd be able to open this one up. So that was kind of a leap of faith. But now that we know this, so this needs a 3rd. This is the only other possibility, so we should get that. So why didn't it give me these? I'm already connected to these 2. I like the sound when I move over the bones, so I kind of want to click. Oh, diagonals are considered adjacent. Of course, because you're, yeah. The fact that it makes this sound actually really makes me want to left click on these bones. Okay. This has to be connected to 3. We've got 2, 3 possibilities. This is already connected to 2, so this should be safe. This needs to be connected to something, but all of these are candidates. 1, 2, so 3 possibilities. Oh. I hope you all can hear this. I know I keep the game volume a little lower. You know, it's kind of funny when I have a tricky problem at work. This is kind of what I'm like trying to deal with it as well. Like I do sometimes find it a little hard to like kind of find that first hand grip and then then move up. So which of these do I want to start with? We've got the 2 connected here, so this should be safe. But I think that's my last little island to say. Nope, that's not true. So we've got 1, 2, 3, so this should be safe. We've got 2 here, so that should be safe. This has got 3, so 1, 2, 3, but we're back to the same problem. We've got 2 candidates, but this right diagonal should say I'm safe here. There we go. All right. A bonanza. A bonanza. That was not an intentional pun, but Yeah, unintentional pun, but I'll take it. Yeah, so actually it's funny when you say you've got some easy ones to work with, because the ones are actually the ones that drive me bananas. But like once I actually start reflecting on them, they're like, okay, actually that's not that hard. So sometimes it's just a question of perspective. So for instance, this one, like I was looking at this area and I'm like, how the hell do I make sense of any of this? It's like, well, because this one's already connected to a one, so it can't be this. This one's connected to a one, so it can't be here. This isn't connected to anything. So now we've got some candidates. This one's connected to a two, so same story there. I think I've exhausted the low-hanging fruit at this point, but then this one doesn't have any other connections. So this is a flag, which means this should be free. This should be free. This is already connected. So again, I'm assuming I believe the state of the world, and these aren't connected to two, so we've got possibilities here. If that's a one, then we can connect it. There we go. All right. This is the only possibility here. Is that the only possibility here? Yes, for those ones. This is a two. Now if I say that this is where the flag is and there's nothing that this can be connected to, so all right, they want a third. Darn you, Bonesweeper. I'm actually going to move on to here. So this two, I believe this is the only candidate. So that's connected to two. That's not connected to two. But this is connected to two, so that should be free. So what did you see that was interesting? I might take a second for some more tea, because that's brain juice, particularly because I was actually quite sleepy before starting the stream, but okay. Well, I mean, that's probably just my misunderstanding of how Minesweeper works, right? Like, you've kind of see... So, like, again, when I sort of think about, like, different what I kind of need to do is... I had to do some logic tests recently. And I actually tend to find that the ones where I need to sort of think about states of the world, I tend to be not too bad at those, I find. And, but what I do tend to find is that if I've got like a notepad in front of me, or just like something for me to sort of sketch things out, just so that I can kind of keep some facts in my head, what I do tend to notice is that if there's a few variables that show up, I tend to start sort of floundering in ways that I really shouldn't. Like, if you get me to sort of like juggle three variables, I need to start reminding myself. And one of the reasons for that is that I find once I'm keeping track of a number of variables, I find it very easy to sort of fall into that sort of like magical thinking, or that kind of thinking where it's like, I want this to be true about the world. C. McLaugh, thank you very much for the sub. 1 1/4. But I guess you need the introduction. Actually, if you guys don't mind, I'm just gonna go put the kettle on. I'm not gonna make it a full break, but I need to actually get a second to get up and walk around a little bit, and then I'll be back to I'll try and unpack that idea a little bit more. But I at least want to get the hot water ready to go, because it's been an hour and I'm still not like feeling totally switched on the stream, and I do actually want to get to the dino building part. So I'm just going to take a second here to sort myself out a little bit, or at least get on the start. Or particularly because the Exception and C. McLaugh have both subbed. This is my chance to take the money and run. So see ya. Yeah, no, I just needed to turn a switch on, so I'll have to get up and pour pour the water. No refunds. Yeah, I do know. I've actually used the practice mode a little bit. I think I did that for when you were being a little more active and looking for feedback. But I don't know. There's definitely something about the chat. Like, I like the idea of you being able to build something from all the work that you put into this. And like, to me, I actually think this is sort of the appeal of doing a big, complicated dig. I don't know if this is what your intentions were, Cheese, but like, for me, one of the big things is like, you spend a lot of time sort of figuring things out. You've got potentially big rewards. And like, I mean, the whole example on this one was for me to just do like break some random fossils. And then there's obviously some unintentional fossils that I broke. But like, it's just to kind of point out how this is a little bit less, like it's less of like a white knuckle approach to Minesweeper. And so I think one of the big appeals about doing like a large, difficult dig is that your reward is that you kind of get to build something right away. Whereas if I do a bunch of small, easy digs, like it's not, again, I'm not going to be like the Elden Ring guy I was talking about. But you know, being able to, you know, just being able to sort of say, it's like, hey, I get the reward. Like, you know, I put a lot of work into this big dig site. You know, I uncovered Troy myself, and now I get all the artifacts, because that's what paleontology is, right? No. You know, I to me, like, that's, I think, one of the big appeals of the hard difficulty. It's not just, you know, bragging rights, but it's the fact that you are much more likely, and I think, to have something that you'd be able to construct right away. And did you tell you about the time that you got a I did not know a paleontologist streamed. I think you might have mentioned it at some point, but you're intending to make fossils a bit more rare so that even on a big dig, you don't always get to get all the bits. Oh, I mean, again, you have a bit of a you have a bit of a better idea in terms of how the overall vision works. I know you've got like models walking around a museum at this point, or is it the warehouse where the Ark of the Covenant is? I think I actually think it's some leftover warehouse space from supply chain, personally. But actually, see, McLaugh, it's Valiant Cheese is very well connected. He got an economist to play supply chain at some point, so you know he seems to know people in very exalted places with noble professions to play his games. Okay, I'm gonna move on for a little bit. It belongs in a museum. I'm going to move on and talk about states of the world. So if it's 2 here, it should be only these 2. So this is a 1, so that should be free. This is a 1, that should be free. This has got a 4. So we're back to this game of, okay, how many things do we need to touch? And I think I've lost my low-hanging fruit. But there's a 1 here, which should be safe. And I think this is definitely... I think once I start seeing the fossils, that's really the part... For that paleontologist, it was a little stressful. Oh, to like play Minesweeper? What, don't they have windows? Okay, kettle's boiling. I'm gonna drown some tea leaves. Back in a second. Thank you very much for the gift sub to Valiant Cheese, C. McLaugh. I believe the canonical name is the System Flock, but you can call it whatever you want. You're the one who gifted the the sub. So, Danny streams discussions of paleontological papers and other dinosaurish bits and pieces over on the Paleontologizing channel. I think he's streaming stuff about Earth's suitability for life at the moment. That's really interesting. I mean, the obvious choice. I mean, it's not that dinosaurs haven't been a topic for game. I mean, there was like Dino Park Tycoon was a, I think, was that like an Apple II or something like that? Um, I know Sid Meier has had this like white whale of a dino game, which I don't ever think has been realized, but I think he keeps threatening to do it again. I think at some point it was a CCG. Frontier obviously doesn't have, it's not, they don't just have Jurassic Park Evolution, but now there's Jurassic Park Evolution 2. And then, I mean, like, there's a bunch of Jurassic Park games, but like some of them just wind up sort of being shooters. So I suspect that's maybe not like, I think generally you don't get into a discipline so that you can like murder the thing. So, you know, like, I don't know. I guess if you study Marxism, you're getting into economics, so you can kill business, right? No, I'm kidding. Jurassic Park Evolution seems to miss the point of Jurassic Park for you. I mean, the point of it is to like unleash all the dinosaurs to run amok on the island, right? Like that's the point. You know, you do it to maximize the number of casualties. I thought it never asks you to learn the lessons that Hammond has to learn. See, this is the trick. Jurassic Park would have been fine if instead of getting Richard Attenborough, they got David Attenborough. See, that's it was a casting problem. If they got David Attenborough to be John Hammond, then it would have been fine. It would have been like about the conservation of dinosaurs. I feel like I'm missing big dinosaur game. Well, I guess most of them are big dinosaurs. You don't make dinosaur games so you can do small ones. Does anybody else know about any other dino games that don't involve shooting the dinosaurs? Like Turok, I guess, and Ark. Yeah, I guess that's the thing, right? Like those ones, I don't know. I guess Ark to a certain extent kind of gives you the fantasy that you like for like I don't know, like I just kind of sit down and think like if I had to say like okay, so yeah, it's a tricky one, right? Cuz like in Ark you can tame them. But like when I think of the fantasy, so like one of the things that to me made it's actually kind of funny that I don't think there's been a movie really about this, but like sometimes I think some of the stuff that like okay, I'm really interested in creativity because sometimes I think I can like pull off some really like, oh man, I know I got a good idea here. Kinds of ideas. And then other times I just feel like a complete dilettante and I'm like never going to have a good idea again. And I should just like give up any hope of being a creative or interesting person at all. Right. So like, I like studying this stuff and I like trying to see like the magic question that like every writer hates getting asked because there's really no answer to it of like, where do you get your ideas from? And the thing is like, nobody really asks me this. I used to get that question sometimes, but like the best answer I've got usually is like read broadly, have lots of different interests. And every once in a while, two things are just going to smash together in an interesting way. And if you follow those to their conclusions, you might wind up with something interesting. So like, I think there was like a blog that I wrote about this and like, there's an idea that seems to be one that's like really common for people to have, like a ghost investigating its own murder. But one of the things that you can make interesting about that is maybe not the ghost investigating its own murder, but all the ancillary questions surrounding, well, what is it like to be dead? Are there a lot of ghosts running around investigating their own murders? Is it only murders that get investigated? You know, so on and so forth. And like one of the reasons I didn't make it explicit in it, but like one of the reasons why I wanted to focus on that is like, that's where you get something like Ghostbusters, right? Ghostbusters is wonderful because the whole ghost thing isn't very original. But like the whole very American idea of you've found this like like you've got Vinkman, who's this like shady character, right? He's completely uninterested in his research. He's using it for dating. He's shocking this poor guy who might actually be demonstrating some level of psychic ability so he can go out with the hot test subject and like tell her that she's got psychic powers. And he's got, yeah, it's the best startup film. Like, so what do? They turn it into a business, right? They don't turn it into a religion. You know, they don't go on any kind of existential, there's no soul searching. There's no effort to contact loved ones or great figures from history. You make a buck. And another film that I think does that, like, I haven't seen the more recent ones, but like in terms of old movies that I like watching, I still like seeing Men in Black. Men in Black, if you think about the time that movie came out, I'm pretty sure X-Files was still being broadcast. At the very least, I feel like X-Files would be in the culture, like would be in the bloodstream at least, as far of it. So, you know, you just take this idea, you know, the shadowy government conspiracy that's hiding the aliens. You know, it's not like that. Nobody's ever had that idea before. But like, just combine that with your experience basically getting any kind of government service. Did these people strike you as particularly competent? No, most of our experiences with the government are usually pretty awful, and we question their competence. So it's like the vast government conspiracy is about as good at doing as actually. I mean, this is the funny thing. It is actually true that the Men in Black are really good at what they do in the film, but it's still a comedy, and like the Will Smith character is good at a set of things that they do, but they're also completely out of their depth for most of the time, as I suspect any of us would be. Right? His whole qualification is the fact that he runs down a cephalopod on foot. Boss, that's got to be tough enough. And then, you know, he does also exhibit some of the other, I guess the real tell on that would be it's actually in the same, it's the opposite of what I'm trying to argue, which is that all of the government representatives are what the MIB have come to expect after years of government training. But you kind of get the idea, right? Like, it seems like the shadowy government conspiracy hiding the aliens has to be something sinister, when actually it's even better if you make it something funny. Yeah, I'm kind of being unkind to Jay in that scene, Valiant Cheese, because like obviously in the training scene, he's got the moments where he like shoots little Tiffany because she's carrying the quantum physics textbooks, whereas all the other, like one of the things that I actually wondered about that scene. And like, I really do not like pulling out social commentary where it's not intended, but I've always sort of wondered if there is also the demonstration of like the level of care that Jay's putting in as a police officer, that he's actually bothering to see. 'Cause like there's so many really tragic cases in the United States in terms of, you know, officers being too quick to pull the trigger. And in this case here, like Jay's demonstrating I'm pretty sure it's Jay. But the Will Smith character is like demonstrating his ability to actually read the situation. And it's like, somebody's just working out, somebody's just, you know, sneezing, so on and so forth. He's not being the, you know, the trigger happy jarhead. But yeah, again, I don't want to like pull more out of that scene than I have to, but obviously that's also saying something about his qualities. But anyway, sorry, this is supposed to be about creativity and like where good ideas come from. But like the thing is that like some of these seem really obvious, except for the fact that nobody really has them. And then of course, like when you look at them, you sort of say, oh, I wish I had that idea. And the other place where I tend to find what seem like these good ideas are like, look at the sorts of things that people stop and look at. Like, we're all busy. We all have stuff to do. And like, what are some of the things that people will always take the time to look at? And like construction sites. I don't know why, but like if you see construction, people usually stop and look at it. Like if you're in traffic and stuff like that, people will usually be annoyed by it. But generally if stuff's being built, like you've got, and big cranes going up, or, people in hard hats and things like that, people usually stop and they'll like take a while to look at the building being made. And like seeing people react that way is what should tell you that SimCity is going to like sell 1 billion copies. So now again, whether or not anybody really had the idea that something like SimCity would sell 1 billion copies before SimCity, I don't know. It feels like SimCity is kind of the first one to do that. I mean, I know SimCity wound up being an inspiration for Civilization. But to a certain extent, like you don't need a very deep insight into the human spirit. I'd argue to a certain extent, you don't even necessarily need a deep insight in terms of the design of games. That's got to come at some point. But just the simple insight that people seem to stop and look at construction sites a lot more often can kind of give you the foundations of something that might become, SimCity. And I mean, again, like your personality is going to come through on certain things. Your interests are going to come through on certain things. Generally people want to be shown, I hope at least, that people kind of want to be shown an interesting world. And if you are passionate and interested about something and you can convey that to people, my usual hope is that they will find the same interest that you have in that topic. But, yeah, I don't know. I really kind of got off track on that. I think I was just trying to kind of talk about the idea of like dinosaurs are one of these things where like just think about how I know like when I was growing up, I was all about the dinosaurs, and it does seem like dinosaurs have been something that's been covered with games, and I think that's why Sid Meier's wanted to do a dinosaur game for a while, but it definitely kind of feels like the dinosaur experience has been a bit of a lumpy one. Like, and it usually winds up being tied to a franchise like Jurassic Park. And yeah, sorry, I know you were talking about a few other things on the creativity point, because Valiant Cheese is the creative one here. I think, I missed it. I think to be an effective creative force, you need to have some humility when it comes to that stuff. Everybody has good ideas and bad ideas and idea droughts. Experience can help you navigate them, but you're never beyond them, and you need to be at peace with that. And then you were also giving some much more insightful commentary on Ghostbusters. They're all hyper shady. Ray is too focused on the thing he's passionate about, not paying attention to the negative impact that he has. Egon's the most level-headed, but he's 100% a sociopath, right? There's no way he wouldn't be doing what Vegeman does if he had thought that he could learn something useful from it. And yeah, you can't make a dinosaur film and have it taken seriously unless it's Jurassic Park licensed. Okay. Let's see if okay, so this one should be easy for me to get through. Okay, so that's a 1, that's a 1. There we go. Every once in a while I need these mental rests. But I also need to respect people. Like, I don't know how streamable this is, if this is enjoyable for people to watch or not, but you always think Ross from Friends when you hear about paleontology. I've never seen Friends. Okay, so I think if I believe the state of the world that says that these two, I mean, I'm kind of taking some of this stuff for granted just because at this point I don't have the logic that drove me to these decisions. So if this is true, this is connected to 2 and I should be able to dig it up. This is not connected to 2, so I can't take it there. So this is 1, so that should be free. So that one needs a flag. 1, 2, okay. It's like making sounds. I'm trying to think if there's any like cheeky ones that I can mess around with. Okay, there's a 1 here, so that should be free. Okay, so this needs to be connected to 3, so there's a possibility here, but I don't see any other possibilities. So if we flag these 2 off, so that would give it the 3. This one has to be touching 2, so we haven't quite figured this one out yet. This needs 4. We've already got 2, but it could be anything here, so that doesn't tell us a whole lot. But this one needs to be connected to 2, so this should be free. This needs to be connected to 3, so we've got 1 here, and we've only got 2 other possibilities. So we would touch these 2. This gives us 1, 2, 3, 4. So this should be free. This needs to touch 2, so this is free. This needs 4, so we've got 1, 2 out of lots of possibilities. So I'm going to leave that be. This is touching 2 though, so this should be free. This needs to be touching 4, so we've got 1, 2, sorry, we've got 2 here, which would tell me, well, again, we wind up in the situation where it's touching 2 flags, but it needs 2 more out of 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I might have hit my limits, but we do have a 1 and there's no other possibilities. So this is touching 2. This needs to touch 3, so I think I'm out of options there. There are a few cheeky ones. I'm probably not looking at my corners that much. So I guess there'd be, this would be a 1 that I can get by. Yeah, I should probably feel a little safer on the corners in future. Now I gotta do some cleanup. Okay, so this is touching a 1. There we go. Okay, so this needs to be touching 2. So this is the only possibility here. Okay, so does the logic of this work? Yes, I think this is generally safe. Okay, so this should be touching 2, so that should be safe. Okay, touching 2, touching 2. This is touching 2. We've got 2 possibilities here. Okay, so this is touching a 1, so that's safe. This is touching 1. This is not yet touching 2. Okay. This has got to touch 3, but it's got 2 possibilities here. This has got to touch 4. But it feels like there's only 2 possibilities now. Am I going crazy? Well, that gets it, it's 3. So 2 possibilities here with that 4. And there's probably something about this 4 that would unlock it for me, but I was gonna try and focus on the corners, seeing as I sort of started down that path. Okay, so this wants to be touching 2. There's only 1 possibility here, so if that's true, this would be the only other possibility. So if this is already touching 2, this wants to touch 4. This is already touching 1. This is already touching 2. There we go. This wants to touch 4, so there's only 3 touching it. So I think we can get away with. I think we can get away with this. Now this wants to be touching 2, so this should be safe. This wants to touch 3. So we've got 2, but we've got a bunch of candidates on the side here. And my suspicion will be that there's something on the... There's probably something around here that I want to work on. You like that when you're mid-dig, there's often multiple phases that you can focus on. If one isn't making progress or it feels too hard, you can take a break and work on another spot for it. Yeah, that's definitely the approach that I take. Because again, like, I tend to like thinking of these a little bit as the logic puzzles, right? If this, you know, it's the, like, there's that really famous, like, hardest logic puzzle ever one where it's like you've got the 3 gods. One always says the truth. The other one always says a falsehood. The other one will give a completely random answer. They will all respond in their special language, which says ha or ja. You do not know which one is true or false. And you have to ask, like, I can't remember the number of questions you need to, I think it's like 3 questions or something like that. But like, it's the Raymond Smullyan one. And the thing is, if you just try and attack that from like, oh, I'm going to like sit back in my armchair and reason this all through. Like, I'm sure some people can think that way, but generally for me, I want to sit down and say, it's like, okay, so what can I take for granted? If this statement is true, what follows from it? And, you know, essentially you wind up in Sherlock Holmes territory, right? You wind up saying, it's like, okay, once I eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, you know, is the one that was correct. Sorry, I just need to check something here. But yeah, so like the thing is because I tend not to play something like Minesweeper or Bonesweeper with a pencil and paper in front of me, what I'll do is I'll say, it's like, okay, so I'm going to follow a particular set of I'm gonna follow a train of thought, and if it doesn't like if I run out of the productive places, I'm gonna stop thinking about the world as I want it to be, and I need to refocus on the world as it is. And sometimes that means going off into another area to just sort of make sure that I'm not just pounding away at little bits of dirt, hoping that things turn out the way that I want them to. Okay. But we've got 2 flags here, so I was originally going to say, well, maybe we can feel okay about this corner, but the thing is that I can still get a flag down here. And if this thing is looking for 3... okay, we've got 2 here. Wait, so what I was saying. Okay, we've got 3 here. This wants to touch 2, so this should be free. So we got 2 candidates for the 3rd flag here. I don't think we have anything to make a decision yet. Okay, so this has got its 4. So I still need to put down 1 more flag. So this has got its 2 right. So we had a whole bunch to work with. But, okay, so this is a 3. So it's already got 1. And it's only got 2 candidates that it can be touching. So that gives it the 4. So that would mean... But I don't think that makes sense. Because where does this get its 4th from? 1, 2, 3... Oh, nope, that's fine. Bonanza! Please tell me you put that in the final game. I will give that to you for free. Not that I could charge you for it anyway. if you put a Bonanza... like fireworks display if you get past a certain threshold of okay. I've got 2 here, 2 here. Again, I'm back in one of these places where I'm like, which problem do I want to start working with? So 3 candidates for 1 flag on this one. This is a bit of a harder one to deal with. This has got its 3. This has got its 2. So this one wants 3, but it's got 2 candidates. You smash 9 bones in a line sequentially, you'll flash Bonanza on the screen like in the GTA 1 font. It's a very different way of going with it. There's that creativity I was talking about. This is why Valiant Cheese makes games and I don't. Okay, let's move on to another part of the map to see if I can be a little smarter about things. Okay, so one in the corner here, no other candidates for bones. That, of course, gives me the 2, so we can unlock this. There we go. This one wants 3, but we've got basically 2 flags and 3 candidates, so that doesn't quite help me. This one, so 4. We've got 3 flags. Ah, hang on. No, we've got 2 flags and 3 candidates. But we've got this corner, doesn't have any other possibilities. So because that wants 1, that should be safe. This wants 4, so it's got 1, 2, 3, and there's only one other place it can touch, which is number 4 here. This was looking for 3, so I think this should be safe. And then we needed 4, so we've got 1, 2, 3, and then the only other candidate's here. This needs a 3rd, so this can still be here or here. This one's got its 2, so that should be safe, and that should be safe. This needs a 1, so we can make progress here. I think we're in the same boat. Well, this has got 1. Okay, yes, too many candidates here. So this needs 3, 1, 2. We've got 2 possibilities here, and I don't... Well, this is touching 1, so that should be safe, so we need the flag here. Okay. So that should keep it safe here. A little more progress than I thought we were going to make there. Thanks. Okay. I think we just put down a flag for the corner on this one. But what did that really get me? Well, I guess we can clear out this. So this wants 3. So these 2 want to touch 1 flag. These are touching 1. Okay, but this is already touching 2, so that should be safe. This is already touching 1. This needs to touch 2, so I think we're back. Okay, so it can't be this one, though. So if I go here, 1, 2, 3, yeah. Again, if I believe this state of the world, these should be free. This isn't touching anything. Okay, is there anything I can do about this 4? So we've got 1, 2... We have 3 candidates. But this one, okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, so 4's here, this is already touching. There's also a mode in the full version where it doesn't allow you to place flags at all. Oh man! Or you have to make flags out of existing fossils. There's literally no other fabric on the continent, and so you have to give up fossils to be able to. What did the paleontologist think of the game, out of curiosity? Because I'm assuming they're probably not expecting like this. They're not. I'm sure they're not expecting edutainment, but I suspect to a certain extent people one thing I like about Industries of Titan. I don't think Industries of Titan is like telling me how business works, right? Like I'm not gonna like get a Harvard MBA playing Industries of Titan, but it's a fun little perspective to play, and I like kind of wandering around its world, and because I do have something of a business-ish temperament in some cases, I like that entry point to thinking about Industries of Titan. I didn't have much Minesweeper literacy and wasn't ready for the assembly phase being a bit more unforgiving, but I think he enjoyed it, even though he had to nope out. Oh, okay. Well, I'll be sure to show off those things. I hope I didn't lose too many people while I was sort of struggling with a hard map, but there is another part to this game that I'll be showing all of you. So, okay. Again, I want to find something I can get a grip on. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are accounted for. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so we're back to this old chestnut. I need to figure out where I want to put the flags for these guys. So 1, 2. So 3 can be here or here. Both make sense in their own way. 1, 2. So 3 makes sense here, but it also makes sense here. And I suppose technically also makes sense here. So I don't really have evidence one way or the other, at least at first glance. So if I want to switch perspectives and say, okay, we got 2 bones here. I need something here. Well, no, I thought I had something to crack it open, but I don't. So I can put a flag down here and that'll satisfy the 3, or I can put the flag down here and that'll satisfy, that'll satisfy the 2. Well, this is already touching 2, so this should be safe. So I guess that has to be the 3 then. So this is touching 2, so that should be safe. And this is touching 2, so that should be safe. This is touching the 1. Okay. So this is already touching 2. It's touching 1. This is not yet touching 2. Okay, this is touching 2. Yeah. Hooray! I don't think there's anything else for me to work here. I hope that becomes a thing, by the way. Jeez, I hope your Bonesweeper community is vast and you see many a bonanza. In fact, I hope you grow to such a point that you start seeing bonanza emotes on Twitch. I was actually talking at the start of the stream how, so I was trying to give sort of the, not the collected works of Cheese, but at the very least the stuff that I've played. And it actually occurred to me, I cannot recall if I've done Hive Time since you've added the Twitch integration, which is so funny, right? Because I do it on Twitch and I like Hive Time, but I'm genuinely trying to remember a time I've actually experienced. Oh, you know what? I think I might have screwed something up here because we've got 2 connected. We've got 2 connected. So this is implying that it's connected to 4. So now I got to decide which ones I want to get rid of. But not enough, yeah. Okay. I might be able to just get by with this because I think this like satisfies everything else. So this is already connected. Yeah, I've been trying to think of a good example. I actually talked about specifically why I think it turned out that way. Is that I really I enjoyed Hive Time, and I sort of like hit my point where I was like, I've had a good time with Hive Time, and like I'm ready to move on to another game. I sort of, you know, I've had that experience. Oops. Because to me, the Twitch interactivity is not necessarily something that has to happen within the game. It's something that, you know, like an opportunity to be able to, you know, just sit and be able to chat with everyone and talk about. I'm actually kind of curious, for those of you who are still around, and I know like some of you prefer lurking, how many of you have played Minesweeper, and like, are any of you good at it? Like, do some of you play that game on, you know, on Dark Souls mode? Or do some of you like play the game on, you know, on hard and just have an easy time to run through it? You played Minesweeper, you're okay at it? Okay, cool. I would have preferred if you just tried to claim that you've never played Minesweeper, that you just, I think like some people, I think if this was like a claim about, oh brother, where art thou? Apparently this is like old movie talk night, where there's this claim that like it's supposed to be an adaptation of the Odyssey and the Coen brothers had never read the Odyssey. Like, I don't know if this is something the Coen brothers said, but it's like, I'm not entirely sure what you're supposed to try and prove by saying that, right? It's like, okay, so you didn't do the assigned homework. Like, I'm not entirely sure if I'm supposed to be impressed or what. I've heard of it. I think that's a wonderful, first of all, that's a wonderful name. The concept is something I'm very interested in, but it's like basically soccer by someone who doesn't know how soccer works. It's a game about soccer that's meant to feel like it's made. Oh yeah, sorry. It meant to. I think I hit space or something. Anyways, I was trying to clean up some spilled tea. So I feel like, so I wasn't sure if it was actually made by someone who went out of their way to not understand soccer. But yeah, I like that idea. And I'm ashamed to admit I've not played it though. Okay, so this should be free. Where were we? 1, 2. So this should be flagged. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's free. So only 2 candidates here. I think this is the only one that fits. Okay, so this is touching its 2, so that should be free. Feels like this one's okay. But I gotta figure these ones out. But this is touching 2 and 1, so we're good there. Five, good lord. One flag, 3 possibilities, though, so that doesn't help me too much. Or does that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, too many to figure out here. Because like the one thing I want it to be is 5, and then just call it a day here. But there's nothing to tell me that that has to be so. So there's 2 here, 2 possibilities, but again, no evidence one way or the other. Is there another way that I can get around this? This is devilish. Yeah, so I think these have given me all the information that I can get. So this could be 5, this could be 5, this could be 5. I don't have any information about what's in these areas. Yeah, so I guess I kind of need to do, I would say a leap of faith, but because we've been talking about paleontology, I need to say a leap from the lion's head with that famous paleontologist Indiana Jones. I'm going to ignore my problems for a little while, see if we can find see if we can find something a little more comfortable here. Okay, so there's only 3 possibilities, so that should be fine. 1, 2, so 3 and no other. Ugh. Yeah, I'm I'm running out of places where I can ignore my problems. So this has got its 2. This has got its 3. Oh, but this is already touching 3, so this should be safe. This needs 4. This has got its 2, so... Oh, damn it. All right. Oh, hang on, I wasn't counting this. Okay, so I gave it 4. That's where it fell apart. These should be free. So this has got its 4. Well, hang on. Does that make sense, though? 1. Nope, that's 5. There we go. Okay. Guesses. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I mean, I'm trying to think if there's a way that I would say, okay, so if I have to guess, what's the guess that gives me the most information? I'm actually going to say this one. Okay, so 1, 2, that doesn't really give me a lot of information. We know it's going to be one of these two, so this should be free. Okay, so this should be enough. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn it! I rushed. Okay, so for those of you who have been patiently waiting for me to finish the hard level, we've got it. I believe we're going to try and build a Triceratops now. So again, this is a only 7. Yeah, less than what is that? Less than 10%. Yeah. So the next part of Bonesweeper is something a little bit like Tetris. Now, I noticed that this, by the way, I'm glad you pointed out that it shows you the last dinosaur you were working on in the background. I did not realize that at the time. So there's a practice mode if you download this, and actually I feel like it's been long enough that I can put this out here. So if you want to play the thing that I'm playing right now, why am I back to this menu? This should get back on the screen before too long, yeah. So if you just want to play the build mode, nope, I only have the one. This is just driven by me running in the background. So that legitimately actually took me back to the other screen. But I don't know. We can do like an after action report. Because I realized some of this stuff, like there's definitely some weirdness going on with OBS, but some of that you were seeing was weirdness with the game itself. But what we're going to do here, we're going to do the other mode, build skeletons. So if you want to see what build skeletons like you've had enough of the experience of Bonesweeper, having seen me play the Minesweeper part, we can... yeah, we can you can do that, or if you just want to move on to the next, or if you don't want to do that, you can do the practice mode. Now, I did find that build skeleton. Yeah, well, if you want cheese too, like I'm happy to like do a voice call with you and like sort this out. Like I you know, like obviously there's streaming capabilities in Discord too. And like I'm happy to just mess around with what I'm looking at. Like I can probably turn on the I know there's like a couple of dev tools in the settings, like, well, actually, I guess neither of these are very helpful for this particular issue, but anyways, yeah, but if you want to mess around with building skeletons, you can do the practice here. But yeah, build skeleton I actually did find was a little challenging. Apparently the Triceratops is easy, so I did a hard like Bonesweeper mode. And but didn't do I didn't do an easy yeah, all right, well, we'll do this Triceratops. Maybe we'll see if we can get some Stegosaurus parts later. But I am going to read the instructions again because I tend to... This is definitely one where I was like, what the hell is going on this screen? So... move fossils to the correct locations with the correct orientation before they hit the ground. You can change the fall speed in the gameplay settings menu. Stash fossils by moving them to the bucket on the right. Sort miscellaneous fossils by moving to the bucket on the left. Press escape to pause or return to the menu if you don't have any bones that you need to progress. So the part where I sort of fell apart was... I think when I first did this, I didn't read the instructions. I was like, oh, I don't have use for this part right now. I'm just going to throw this in like the recycling. And I didn't really pay attention to the arrow. So like I just tried to put it in this bucket and then it gives me like the smashing sound. I'm like, wait, what the hell is going on? So like it totally tells you. This is me just not paying attention. But this is definitely something where I'm taking the second to read the instructions now, so I don't do the, oh my god, lazy developer, why isn't the game working? So, do you think it helps people feel like it's less unfair when they go into the Pterandon? Or the Nabrasaurus? Yeah, I have no idea what those are. The prototype definitely doesn't tutorialize much or ease players into the experience. The full version has a count-in before the real-time stuff starts. And Neutrino says, looks like a fun take on Minesweeper. Does it have elements of chance, or is it more like Hex Cells, which is more of a skill puzzle? So I think Cheese has said on his stream, you can watch Cheese develop this game on his channel. I believe he has said, I mean, he can speak for himself, but I believe he has said he actually likes having the idea of chance still inside. And there was definitely a point where I needed to guess, but I'm playing the prototype. And obviously prototypes may be different than the finished version, but I believe the game is intended, I believe it is intentional that the game will not guarantee you the ability to sort of reason your way through to a perfect outcome every time. I think there's going to be some element of chance for some of them. Oh, I keep forgetting that you're still doing this, so... Hello, Cheese people. By the way, this is what you're seeing on the screen now. Cheese is what I have on... is what I'm seeing on my monitor, but I'm now clicking back into the game. Normally it puts me back to building a skeleton. Well, this is new. Oh, there we go. Okay. There we go. All right. So, this is like another boomer game that I'm sure some of you will enjoy. I don't think I can use this yet. I can't remember. I think it's space to like slam him down. Yeah. Is that human footprints? Front leg is not useful to me right now. So yeah, the down definitely catches me by surprise still. Like I sort of think it's going to be to slam it down because that's, I think, how most Tetris games handle that. But I could read the fine manual. I just don't. I don't think this is where it should be. No! Yeah, I got it. I saw a crop at the start. Is this what I think it is? Is this the remnants of a dino lunch? Got a board of Minesweeper a long time ago and generally prefer pure skill puzzles. Having said that, I like some chance games that have fun playability. This game seems to have that. So if you look up in the chat, Neutrino, I think you should be able to find a link for the game. I think Cheese can probably provide one as well. I'm happy to do that, but I have no idea how the real-time section is going to react to my my tabbing out. So I don't think we can use that yet. I don't think this is the right one. Yeah. Ah! Sorry, Nightbot tried to steal your link thunder there, Valiant Cheese. Yeah, well, I appreciate you checking out the game, Neutrino. Obviously, Cheese is no stranger to the stream, but the thing is that, you know, so I get the content, like, I can deliver content, like I can share games, but I appreciate that. Like if I just share a game and like people subscribe to me and absolutely nobody wants to go and try something that Cheese has done, like to a certain extent, I don't necessarily feel like I'm picking his pocket, but I just kind of feel like an unfair balance in terms of the rewards, right? Like I definitely don't like seeing Cheese's stuff as just something that I harvest to do streams for people. Now, on the other hand, though, I can't guarantee that people are necessarily going to be interested in the same things that I am. So one of the things I like, and I've said this so many times, I like it when people kind of come back and say, hey, I tried this thing that you did and I love this game, which is great because, who doesn't like, having some small part in being able to share something that they enjoy with other people. But, my hope is that sometimes people will look at these interesting games that Cheese is making and to go out and try them themselves and possibly even share them with friends. So yes, and if you want, you can play on something that I made a small contribution to with Cheese called Supply Chain. Thank you. Yes. Well, it was an easy puzzle, so I figured I could hopefully I can manage that one. All right. So maybe I can ask this question. I will do the showcase, but I'd love to be able to build a more difficult skeleton. I realize Cheese being here might make people less inclined to answer this honestly. Would people be fine seeing me do another dig site? Or are we at the point where people would like to maybe see an hour of Hand of Fate 2? Like I can do more than a 3-hour stream tonight, but like, does anybody here feel fairly strongly that they've seen all that they can stand of Bonesweeper? Or would you all be okay with me trying to go for one of the tougher skeletons? I'll probably try and go for the Stegosaurus because I'm closer to that, but 24-hour stream then. I'll do a 24-hour stream when Ari does a 24-hour stream. How's that for it? Oh God, she'll probably do one though, just to to mess with me. The background for the assembly phase in the full version doesn't use supply chain assets, but you did take a look at them to see if you could fit them in. Just a big old mountain of toilet paper. You can dig site, but yeah, and I'll definitely do it. I feel like a complete jackass. Yeah, that's neat. Okay, so we're definitely gonna look for Stegosauri. Is it Stegosauruses or Stegosauri? I'll try a hard one, but I'll maybe try and be a little more disciplined and keeping focused. But yeah, I mostly just wanted to say that like. Obviously, there's like no promises for what I'm going to stream on the Fridays for the next little while, but I don't like making the stream too self-indulgent. So, like, there's a couple things I was thinking about playing. So I don't like maybe announcing stuff ahead of time. I would really like to play Life is Strange Before the Storm, and I realized that sequels to Life is Strange have come out. The thing is that for an adventure-style game like that, I can get the enjoyment of me just sitting down and appreciating that game on its own. And what I need to see is whether or not people enjoy the conversation we have around those games enough for me to be for it to be worth playing something like that. Whereas if I play Bonesweeper, I'm able to talk about my reasoning and we're able to see, okay, this is where I made some logical mistake. Like I feel like I will be better at Minesweeper now that I've played this. Although why would I play Minesweeper when I can play Bonesweeper instead? Or like Stellaris will give me a chance to talk about how I'm approaching a problem like this. Whereas like I know during like Life is Strange, people will kind of come in as like, you need to use the ability to do this thing. And it's like, thanks. This is not the most taxing puzzle I've ever encountered. If it was a LucasArts, like actually that's unfair to LucasArts. LucasArts generally had some pretty reasonable puzzles, I think. But let's maybe say an old Sierra game. Mixed Up Mother Goose, man, that thing was impossible. There's a couple of Space Quest puzzles where I'm like, yeah, there's no way I would be able to figure that out on my own. But yeah, in general, yeah, the thing is that like if I enjoy those games, but there isn't necessarily something that people are getting out of watching those, I could do them on my own. Hoyle's Book of Games, Volume 2. Okay, so let's leap into the dark. I'm trying to find like the first kind of crack it open sort of. There we go. Okay, we got something we can work with here. Okay, so there's got its one. Needs two, but this has got a one. So that's connected to... I have Paraspora. I'm trying to remember where I got it from, but I've not played it yet. The full version is a bit more generous with guaranteeing a good reveal from the first dig. Oh, interesting. This is not one that you're open sourcing, right? This is one that you're... like you're releasing, but the source isn't available. Because I'm like, I have a suspicion in terms of how it would be done, but I'm not at this time. Yeah, I'm a little curious how. I guess it's because like GD script is close enough to Python that I kind of have a chance of being able to sort of see the logic behind it. But over on my stream, I can give you a code walkthrough for the repositioning stuff. Yeah, it'd be kind of neat. I've actually been, for those of you who are programming inclined, I just finished Fluent Python, which actually just recently got a new edition. So I believe the new edition actually handles 3.10. So like it's really up to date. But I think chances are you'll probably, for those of you who get like the O'Reilly Humble book bundles, you probably have a copy of Fluent Python. Really, really good book. It's huge. It's almost 1,000 pages, I'm pretty sure. But it's a like, so I wouldn't make it a first book on Python, but like if you want to understand Python and like as a Python maven, not I learned something else and I'm moving to Python. And so I'm bringing in those, kind of those approaches that I've brought from my other language. I think it's an excellent book for that. And I've always wondered as to whether or not it would be a good idea for me to look at some more Godot stuff, because I know GD script is Python-like, but it's not Python. And I do believe that they're specifically removing some of the things that make Python Python-y. So I'm debating as to whether or not it's a good idea for me to look at stuff that I either want to understand or something that I've experienced to be able to, try and level up my ability to make real things as opposed to toy programs. Or if it would be better for me to go, well, clearly what I need to do is I need to like build my own engine from scratch for my MMO. And as we all know, like you can't be too ambitious on your first game, and I get it, but like the thing is that M stands for medium for mine, not massively. So like that's me trying to keep things realistic. And I'll do all the graphics and so I'd like the engine and all that will be in Python and it'll run great. Like it's more about not implementing rather than removing. Yeah, I just generally disagree with it. So I've come around on like the type hint. Well, actually, not even type hinting. I believe it's like strongly typed in the case of GD script. I really don't agree with their standpoint that list comprehensions are harder to understand. I can understand that if you're familiar with other forms, that you might find them weird, but I think revealed preferences are such that like list comprehensions are incredibly useful, and that while it might be something new to learn, it is definitely something that pays off in terms of, in terms of just, well, I would argue readability, but just in terms of like the ability to, I guess, get your work done. Yeah. So we're working on Blender add-ons. You kept getting caught up on GDScript having pushback on arrays while Python uses append. Oh yeah, no, that's a good because like I kind of like live in Python. If whenever I'm given the option, I kind of go for it. I know a little C#. I sadly have to use R every once in a while. I've actually been learning more Excel because I want to just try and teach some more like data. Sorry, I did say I was going to focus on the Minesweeper thing. We'll get back to it, but yeah, I don't know. Like I find that I work very effectively in Python, and so if I can, I'd like to, to keep using it. Because I don't know if there's an advantage. Like I can see there's an advantage, like if you get sort of familiar with a few different styles, just so that you can sort of understand the fundamentals and the different problems that people are trying to solve. Because like obviously Rust is gaining in popularity, and it seems to be something that people are doing sort of interesting and worthwhile work in. And I believe one of the things that they're trying to do with it is to make it a little bit more friendly to basically to be able to work with God, I know concurrency and parallelism are two different things, and I can't remember if there's a specific thing that Rust was trying to be dominant in. Anyway, but like, again, like obviously that is trying to solve a different set of problems, or something like Swift, right? Like clearly Objective-C is being used by a lot of people developing for the iPhone, but Apple didn't hire the people it did to develop Swift, and they don't continue to add to that language, as a fun little exercise. Like they are trying to make it so that a bunch of people can continue to develop apps for the iPhone and hopefully make the iPhone a more appealing option than the alternatives, right? And Google, I think, has moved from saying that Java is sort of the preferred. I think it's like Kotlin now is supposed to be the kind of the anointed language. But, again, like, so I think to a certain extent, I suspect there may be some value in sort of just trying to see the different problems that these people are trying to solve by, choosing one over the other. But obviously you can gain a very shallow understanding of the syntax for certain things. I know in the case of Python, right? Like the first programs I would have written in Python after reading the tutorial is definitely not the kind of code that I would write now. Like I wouldn't have done list comprehensions or dictionary comprehensions, and now I use them all the time. So Kotlin is trendy Java now. Yeah, so I genuinely don't know what the difference is. Again, for my day-to-day data stuff, I'm very happy with Python. I don't see any reason to move from it. If I want to play around in Unity, I do a little C#, but I don't play around in Unity that much. If I wanted to do stuff in Blender, I think Python's the only game in town there. And then I've got I really like Lisp, so I do have Steelbank Common Lisp on my Raspberry Pis, and I play around with that every once in a while, but I realize nobody's going to hire me for Lisp. Although I think Reddit was written in it once upon a time. I've not used Kotlin, but I have a friend who's telling you about all the nice stuff it does. Some of it sounded useful, but none of it stuck in your mind. Well, yeah, that's just, I'm assuming that like you can't get somebody like Google to sort of give you well, I guess Google kind of had an incentive to move away from Java because I think Oracle was threatening them with some IP shenanigans. But I also think like Oracle lost that. But yeah, like generally I assume that people don't just sort of shift for the, just for fashion. Like I know that's a thing that can happen, but it feels like there has to be like something there. But yeah, I'm definitely at the point where I could stand to gain a better understanding of things like algorithms and data structures. And like, I understand that Python's not going to be, the choice. Like, I'm not going to write my own, I'm not going to write my own OS in Python or something like that. But if I learn it and I understand it well, I'm going to be able to do my work better. And then if I want to, play around in programming land and say I'm going to gain an understanding of everything, then I can pick whatever seems fancy and move on. Okay, so I put these two down for reasons that made a whole lot of sense at the time. I think it was because there were only 2 other points that I could hit. So we've got 4 here, 1, 2, 3. So we got to pick one here. So that doesn't really help me. This has already got 2, 1. Ugh. Damn it! What game is this again? I'm sorry, cheese. It's Minecraft, right? Or is Minecraft the guy who wrote those, like, octopus god stories? Love Sweeper. It's the Valentine's Day expansion. Okay. Does this corner help me? Well, this was touching a flag here, so that sort of tells me something. Okay, so these have got a 1. There we go. I feel like I should put a flag here, but I'm not 100% sure I can sell the logic on it. This is already touching 2, so this is out. There we go. Okay. Ah! Oh, nope. I apparently suddenly expanded the range by 2, so I believe that logic still holds. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no, I just was... Every time I try to make, like... every time I try to be a little more speedy on this, I always wind up making a really embarrassing mistake, so I should probably cool it a little bit. Okay, that looks like a pretty decent clear. So we've got... well, this needs to touch 3, so is it really this easy? Yes, it is. All right, where do I want to attack? Well, if I need 3, that's pretty much it. Okay, that doesn't have its 2, though. This is already touching a 1. Just trying to think if this corner helps me. Well, yeah, because there's nothing else for this one to look at. So that should free up. This one should be free. That should be free. This is already touching 1. That's only got 2 possibilities. This is touching 4, so that should be free. That's touching 1. That's touching 2. Okay. So that should be free and clear. Yeah, okay. That's touching 1. This isn't touching anything, so that should be covered. Yeah, but that doesn't give me as much as I thought it did. This has to touch there. Okay. So I don't know if I've got a good argument for a flag here or here. No, actually I do. So if I put the flag here, then the question is... Oh no, because then I've got the diagonal. But then where does the 3 come from here? I thought I cracked it, but I don't think I did actually. Okay, so I'm going to try and move on to easier stuff. Does this corner help me? This one can't touch anything else, so... This is already touching a 1. This is already touching 2. This is already touching 1. This needs to touch 2, which I suppose sort of gives me an argument for a flag here, but I don't know if that is a lock yet. Well, that's touching a 1. There we go. So that's touching a 1. I keep sort of I don't actually finish the logic of some of these areas. Like there's some corners where I just sort of leave them thinking that I need to find more information when in fact I don't. It's a very bad habit. So like I guess an example here would be it's like, okay, so I've got 1 fossil here. So the easy question is like, well, where is the other flag going to go, right? It can't go here, can't go here. You know, and you can follow that through. There's only one possibility. And it's like, okay, well, this has got 2, so that accounts for it. This is touching it, so that should be free. And it actually winds up, like, unlocking so much more of the area. But, again, I think I'm a little too timid on a few of these, so I wind up leaving a bit on the table, or in the ground in this case. So, we've got only 2 more possibilities for this 3, and it's only touching 2 things. So I think it's as easy as these 2 flags, which should actually unlock the rest of these. So this should be free. This is touching 2, but I don't think that gives me anything new. Definitely. Well, that's just it. I never really played that much Minesweeper, so part of this is just me starting to learn what to look out for and what to spend my time on. But I also just talk too much, so I need to also acknowledge that tendency on my part. So it's easy to get distracted as well. Actually, so if I believe this 3, then this 3 holds as well. So I should be able to unlock that. There we go. This is already touching something, so it doesn't have any other possibilities. So if I put a flag down there, that covers that. This needs a second, but it could be any of these possibilities. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I guess it's as easy as that. So I thought it was raining outside. It was a really nice day, and I heard something that sounded like rain, but no, I'm just getting distracted. Okay, so this 4 is touching 3. This 4 is also touching 3. This has got its 2, but this doesn't have its second yet. So I don't quite think I have enough to go on yet. This needs 2, but it can come from number. This is already touching 1 though, so that should be free. So does that give me any more information? So this is locked in. I think these are the only 2 possibilities. Am I going nuts? Nope. So that gives me 1, 2, 3, 4. So that should... Damn it! Okay, where did I go wrong? Oh man, okay. I need to... I shouldn't just go tromping onto the next fossil if I'm... So I'm definitely not going to be at my 10% like last... This is pretty embarrassing. So yeah, I definitely can't go tromping onto the next location because clearly there is a mistake here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that this one's touching. So now this is touching 1. This is... Okay, yeah, so there we go. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's free. There's only one possibility here for those 2. I believe this has to be marked down. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that really that easy? Okay, so that one's unaccounted for. So I'm pretty sure this has to be... Well, does it? No, there's definitely a world where that's not obligated to be a fossil. Okay, this is already touching the 1, so that's free. This isn't touching anything, so that's where the flag goes. That gets me the 2. So if I put the flag here, then this 1 isn't covered, so this should be free. Unless I'm screwing something up. So 1 makes sense here, 2 makes sense here, 1, 2, 3 makes sense there. So I'm okay up to this point. This should already have its 2 if I believe that state of the world. There we go. Okay. Oh, that would be helpful. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we still have enough to be able to build the Stegosaurus, which was the real goal here. But obviously we'll see this thing through to the end. We don't have that many more tiles to work on, so... So I've got 2 2s here. This 1 can come from either of these locations. This 2, I guess same story. Okay, so this is currently touching 1, 2. It's a little trickier than I thought. Well, no, actually, sorry. That's not as tricky as I thought because this has to be here. There we go. So I believe this now means 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3... And I think this is a guess. Yeah, last one's a guess. Okay. Well, by sheer power of will, damnation. All right. Let's build a... Are you kidding me? Let's find an easy Stegosaurus to build. It's going to be the World Bonesweeper. The System Shock speedrun means it only takes an hour. Okay. Find some ones that I can live with. Why am I struggling with it? There we go. So this 2 can't come from anywhere else. Okay, sorry, I'm losing my mind. This has got its 2. That's got its 1. Okay, so we need... There we go. Okay, so how do I make sense of this corner? I need 2 fossil... Well, there's only 2 possibilities here, so... Hooray! Yeah, I noticed that. Oh, that's interesting. I'm in the main menu now, but it's not there. Okay, there we go. I don't know. I'd feel it feels wrong to leave it part way. Man, you really like making me work for the Stegosaurus. Well, let's build a partial Stegosaurus to show it off. Oh, which part of the Stegosaurus is this? You've got to want it. Thank you for playing the Bonesweeper demo. For the full experience, please mail $25 to unlock the final Stegosaurus part. I mean, isn't like retro stuff all the rage now? Like, shouldn't we also go back to retro payment methods where you like mail a check to get the full copy of the game? Playdate can get away with that. This is definitely not what I wanted. Oh, what the hell is this? This is the head, probably. I know it says on the side, I just wasn't paying attention, so. I know I can slam it down, but I really do not want to lose any more Stegosaurus parts. This is not the right spot. Ah! There we go. Fine. I think this is the wrong end. I'm partly acknowledging the fact that I'm missing a part, so there could be something that doesn't quite fit. Yeah. No. Yeah, I think we're just going to be juggling the... Back to the dig. Oh, I wasn't paying attention then. Let's just keep re-rolling till we get a easy Stegosaurus again. South Africa. Well, there we go. There's our Stegosaurus. Damn it, what was I thinking? Oh, Jesus, okay. Okay, sorry, I gotta figure out an approach. Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. There we go. Wait. Again, this is the drawback of getting a little thoughtless on things. You put flags down in weird places, and then it just makes you mistrust the other ones. Okay, hopefully this shouldn't be too taxing. But this is my idiocy we're talking about. I mean, it could be either of these. If I need a 3... Oh, but if I need a 2, then that should cover it, so that should be fine. There's only one place I can get the 3rd, so these should be fine. Okay. He's got his 2 here, so that would have to be a 1 here. There we go. Use Dino Dinner. So am I really supposed to be able to put this up? I think it's just because the rest of the shadow... Yeah, so I was having a little trouble reading the rest of the shadow there. Because it was covered up by the rest of the skeleton. So that was something I could have done earlier. There we go. All right. It's a very yes-assembled skeleton. I can't remember. I think you said that you had an intention for the miscellaneous fossils, if I'm not mistaken. Was that... or am I missing something there? Sorry, I know I'm pretty inconsistent in catching your streams. Okay, but the last feature, which we haven't covered yet... Oh, they're in the showcase too. So we've got a collection. Eggs. Or footprints if you squint. These are from the boots. Prehistoric boots. Trilobite is the new size of hard drive. Slippers. A slug. Age at 1.2 trilobite. Hard drive. Sorry, I should have shut off the dinosaurs. So these are the sorts of things I tend to like about these kinds of games. So remembering that Civilization continues to be a game I am incredibly fond of, and one big reason for it is because of things like the Civilopedia or something like Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri, which maybe takes more of a view on philosophy. The chance to be able to just encounter a bit of knowledge in the game, giving you a bit of context. You know, it's just one of these things I feel like if you play Civilization, even if you only want to play it as a strategy game, there's only so many times you can encounter a hoplite without wanting to know what a hoplite is. And I realize that there is a certain group of people who play Civilization because they're interested in history and they want to be able to have that historical experience. And that's fine. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who do, but I think it also requires sort of, I guess for lack of a better term, a certain sense of empathy to be able to understand that there will be some people who are playing it because they're looking for a game to play. And that game might be the first exposure that they have to some of this material. And I can definitely say for me that in some of these cases, obviously maybe more modern examples would be things like Assassin's Creed. And there's very clearly an effort on Ubisoft's part to help, help get some educational value out of those games with things like the discovery modes. But in this particular case here, we've got Stegosaurus. We've assembled one skeleton, lived during the Jurassic period, 155 million to 150 million years ago. Of course, we know this is Valiant Cheese playing to the atheists and that the Earth is a few thousand years old. But, it's creative license, right? It's a video game. We don't want to, flog him too hard for his, for the message that he's bringing across in the game. First described in 1887 by Othniel Charles Marsh, found in North America and Europe. Trivia: Stegosaurus's tail spikes are commonly referred to as thagomizer, inspired by a Far Side comic from the early 1980s depicting a fictional Paleolithic presentation where the spikes are named after the late Thag Simmons. Stegosaurus had a tiny head but was full of big, big dreams. I like these little details, so... if it was archaeologically focused, I could let you dig up a Bible, but alas. Well, that's fine. I mean, that'll be your this is the first in the Sweeper franchise, right? Your next one's going to be about archaeology, and you can do like a Sokoban archaeology game where like it's inverted, where instead of like trying to move all the things, like you're trying to escape the boulder rolling after you or something like that. I don't know. I feel like you could do an archaeology Sokoban game. Get it out before Jonathan Blow makes his and make him mad. I guess it doesn't take a lot to make him mad, but it's sort of the inverse of Hive Time, where the primary content was the funny in-fiction stuff and the B-facts were a footnote. Yeah, I like these little comments. But we'll do one last bit on the I used to like so I think the two dinosaurs I really liked a lot were Triceratops and Ankylosaurus. Like I was all about Ankylosaurus. I still kind of like Ankylosaurus. But yeah, Triceratops, apparently very defensive. Apparently I like the defensive dinosaurs. One skeleton assembled, lived during the Cretaceous period, 68 million to 66 million years ago. First described in 1889 by Othniel Charles Marsh. Those specimens were found in 1887, found in North America. Triceratops was one of the last known non-avian dinosaurs to go extinct, surviving until the extinction event that marked the end of the Mesozoic era. Triceratops' mouth ended in a beak. In spite of this, Triceratops was a very good kisser and received no complaints. Canberrasaurus is the Ankish dinosaur in the prototype here. Oh, so you're saying I should spend some more time digging up fossils? No, I think I need to at least deliver some Hand of Fate 2. So I will let the credits roll for a little bit though, because there's a bunch of Patreon people who deserve some credit. Now I'll take a minute just because J. Bush Productions presents a nice game about fossils, Bonesweeper. I do want to take a second here to, properly credit Valiant Cheese. It's cool not just to, so I definitely like the fact that I'm able to play stuff like Bonesweeper and obviously give it feedback a little bit earlier on its development. And of course, now I think more of my feedback is probably more of the sillier nature. But it's cool to be able to share this, and particularly I'm excited that a few of you are bookmarking or possibly already downloading the game. But I don't know, like it's neat to I like the fact that Cheese doesn't just stop by the streams to hang out, but that the development is done on Twitch. Like if any of you want to see more about what's going on in more about what's going on with the game, like please do check out his Twitch channel. I think he may still be streaming. yeah, so we've got all the the Patreon support. This game was made with the Patreon support. I did want to take a minute here and just make sure that that ran by. So, are we trying to make sure that Aaron's okay? I think Hatnix has actually been by the stream once in a while. I don't know if they still stop by, but yeah, you know, like I think it's just. I guess the one thing I want to say is that it's nice to be able to share a game with all of you, but I do also think it's really cool to be able to have you know, Cheese be able to stop by and interact. So if any of you do have any remaining questions or comments, oh, that might make sense. That might explain why I haven't seen them. Like again, I don't like. I'm more of a write only streamer. I broadcast a lot more than I watch. But it's also worth mentioning, like, so I haven't, Cheese has been streaming some of the accessibility features that he's been working on in this game. So, being able to have, spoken, I think, yeah, so you were working on, the spoken type. I don't know about the other features that you were doing for accessibility or if that was it. But in any case, this is one of the reasons why I do want to take the time to sort of encourage you to, if not interact with Valiant Cheese here, consider, you know, following the, you know, again, he's on various social media. He streams. These are other opportunities for you to see things in the game that might be either not in the prototype or are important parts of development that maybe don't touch on my direct concerns. So I kind of wanted to give you a bit of another chance to, I don't know, check all this stuff out. That's the primary accessibility focus in this project, open to considering other stuff, but that's what's on my mind. Yeah, well, I have the benefit of not requiring most of it, so it's a blind spot for sure. I probably would not be able to sit down and, you know, just kind of reason it all through without making some mistakes. But I also think it's worth, like, that's not an excuse not to try. So I do think that's cool that you're putting the effort in, because obviously the time that you spend on that is time that you could be spending on other things. In any case, I did promise you all some Hand of Fate, so I am gonna turn off the, oh, sorry, there's one other screen. It'll come back. Thanks for playing. A larger game based on this prototype is currently being developed. Maybe it won't show. There we go. Load recent dev shots and concept art. Follow along for news and updates. I'm not doing any of that because I do have it sharing full screen, but I wanted to at least acknowledge that there was another screen. All right. So let's switch the titles. I don't know how long a given challenge goes, but I figure we can do a little... You're not Activision Blizzard, Valiant Cheese? Is that what you're saying? Oh yeah, okay. Sorry, I didn't realize I didn't realize that till I closed. I apologize. I should have checked earlier. So let's make sure that we've got Twitch integration ready to go, because I know you like inflicting pain. Where was this? Am I... Okay, I'm gonna take that check mark as meaning we're good to go. So I did play some Hand of Fate 2 on my own time because we only got... Yeah, no worries, Valiant Cheese. Thank you very much for hanging out while you were streaming. I hope I get a chance to watch more of what you're up to. But for those of you who've not checked out Mr. Cheese's stream, I'm gonna shout it out one more time, and then if Hand of Fate lets me, I think it's actually locked me. But we'll chat, and then if for the UI stuff. Or the cached images and all of that, we can get in touch if you want me to try and do something a little more precise for helping diagnose that. But I suspect that's probably going to be tied a bit more to the full screen options. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
You and I will travel a ways together. I will teach you all I know, and you will destroy he who has taken my place.
Yeah, this is definitely the character from the previous game that we're after. So yeah, I did the High Priestess again. I actually did really well on this one. I don't think I took any damage. Well, I didn't take any damage in combat. And I think I walked in with like 7 permanent blessings. So considerably easier time than the last time on the stream. But we are going to do the Empress this time.
This game is merely the lesser game. It is not the true game of life and death, merely my model of it. I must prepare you for the challenges you will face when we meet Callus in truth.
And no guarantees I'll do more than the one round, but I figure we can at least have a little fun with Hand of Fate. I mean, I'm also not saying that I'll only do one, but you know, just to be clear, I'm not gonna make this like a 24-hour stream. Earn fame in order to wield the legendary weapon Hretha's Ire. Villages on the northern outskirts are under assault from northern raiders. Defeat the mighty shaman who is leading their raids. Mighty hero gain enough fame to wield the mighty Hretha's Ire, and the raids encounters with northerners are common in these parts. So generally I like to try and get tokens where I can. I guess we can bring arm wrestling back. I'm not 100% sure what... I mean, Platinum and Brimstone cards. I'm going to assume Platinum is better. But pretty much anything I can see with tokens, I'm going to start with. So, Burning Building, Cartographer, Rana's Remarkable Fishing, The Underneath, Unrest in Iron Peak, Gnomish Exchange, Market Thief. Now we've got one left over, so Shrine sure looks shiny, but I think all of this stuff is brand new. Nope, Friend in Need we've already got, so if we really want to give up health, I suppose that's something I can do. Yeah, I don't know. Let's try Shrine just because it looks shiny and interesting. Okay, now, we've got a couple of items that I haven't gotten tokens for, so we'll add the Cardinal Blade. Winter's Bane is useful just against Northmen in general. We'll add the Shield, Berserker's Creed, and then I think at this point here, now I just want to be working on the composition, so I can add 4. We don't know what the Extinguisher does, so maybe what I want to do is add... Let's add some mystery. Bastion of Purification, I don't know, I like the idea of, well, yeah, I do want to eventually bring the Humble Hammer because that's going to, like, I'll be able to find out what it does. But in this case, I think I'll actually use the Bastion of Purification, so let's add that one. And supplies, oh, okay. A unique benefit that applies at the start of your journey, so I could get the Warrior's Axe, the Soldier's Sword, the Knight's Sword, or extra food. We'll take the Soldier's Sword. I guess I should inspect it first. Yeah, so I mean it is something oriented against Northerners, and I might be able to swipe a token out of this before switching it for something else. Okay.
In this case, the Empress is a symbol, a leader of the northern clans, but not their only one.
I might take a minute to get some more tea, but let's...
Now we come to one of the new nuances of our game. The hunt for fame and esteem would not work for all players, but it works for you. I can sense it in you. Your pride, your skill. In time, we will learn all of you.
Raiders have destroyed our village, the Elder of Talos explains in a hushed voice. They were sent by a dark shaman of the north. They were searching for this. He draws a large warhammer from his cloak. Hretha's ire. 'Tis the only weapon that will break the seal protecting their encampment. He hands you the weapon. Oh, okay, well...
Anger is a powerful force.
Shockwave. Perform a powerful strike that causes knockdown to a single target. Impact tracks enemies and causes stun. Armor Breaker. Bash causes additional damage to armor. And Heavy deals additional damage to armor and enemies while they block, susceptible to evade and cannot riposte. But I do not have the fame for it, which, given... I'm gonna guess that that other event that I saw is probably gonna want the fame as well. So I may need to focus on that, just in case I wind up in an earlier encounter than I wanted. Okay, we'll store it because we can't use it. The weapon is heavier than you imagined, perhaps weighted down by some hidden magic, preventing you from wielding it to its potential. You require 20 fame to equip this weapon. Earn fame by completing encounters. The Elder looks straight into your eyes as though peering into your soul. Not all weapons are for all men. Only those who have demonstrated great acts of valor and courage may bear Hretha's ire. You do well to remember that. What would you like to know? Make it quick. You must find the courage to wield this weapon and defeat the shaman before the 5th village falls. The villagers need a hero. The town of Braden surely is in danger and must be warned. Great artifacts require great heroes. Never turn down the opportunity to aid others. Seek out greatness, and you will be rewarded. A twisted creature. This is about the shaman. A twisted creature with great power. Never seen on the battlefield, but I hear she commands her warriors from her camp in the forest to the east. We sent our warriors to find her, but a magical barrier prevents anyone from entering her sanctum. It is said that Hretha's ire can break through such a barrier. If she were attacked at her camp, these raids could surely be stopped for good. Would you like to know? Make it quick. Ask about the Empire. The Elder scowls. Empire? What good is the Empire? Not but tax collectors and carrion crows. 6 raids here this year, and not a soldier to be seen. So much for protection. They're less reliable than the worst of the gods. Now we begin our quest. Thank you. I trust the sacrifice of Talos not to go in vain. He bows his head. May the gods bring you good fortune. Okay, so only one place for us to go. And for those of you not familiar, there is Twitch integration in this game, so this bar up above corresponds to... I'm obviously not typing that myself. I've just given the game permission to do that. So if you would like to cause me harm or to give me benefits in basically 8 moves, so this is tracking the number of moves. You can do hashtag A for 10 gold, you can do hashtag B for -3 food, and hashtag C for -3 food. This will change. You can also change the hat on the dealer. There will also be events. So for instance, one thing I can do is hit F3 and it'll also put a vote in. So these use numbers so there's no confusion with the passage of time. But in this case, if you would like to vote for a particular action, we're currently at a shopkeeper. We've only got 10 gold, so I'm probably not going to be able to do anything. But in this case, if I want, I can, you could, express an opinion in terms of actions for me to take. I'll take a quick look and see what's going on here. And the shield's kind of tempting. But, oh. Cheesiness is not fully dedicated to his stream, it looks like. I think I'm going to hang on to my gold for a little while. Let's just leave. Thank you, Defiant Dev, for setting the mood.
Time passes and things change. The advances of the Empire march on, and mystery and magic falls further into darkness. Yet, death stalks the streets of the city.
A pall of smog casts the city in a dull gray light as you navigate the narrow streets and back alleys of Iron Peak. "Beware the Prince of Poisons," calls a young boy in a short-brimmed cap as he hands out leaflets to the passing crowds. You stop to read a discarded parchment sodden by the damp that clings to the cobblestones. "Prince of Poison strikes again. Another mass poisoning in the back streets of Lowtown. Mayor raises reward to 500 gold." The boy approaches you as you finish reading. "If you really hope to be safe, you'd best protect yourself. I have just the thing, and at a bargain price." Ask about the Prince of Poisons. "He's the one responsible for all the killing that's been going on," the child exclaims, wide-eyed. "Dozens, if not hundreds of innocent people, dead, all poisoned by the prince. He strikes at random, anywhere in the city and at any time. Just drops one of his canisters and half the street's dead before anyone knows what's happening. If you really hope to be safe, you'd best protect yourself. I have just the thing, and at a bargain price." Ask about the disheveled children in the alleyway. Boy looks over to where you are pointing. Most of them lost their parents to poison and live on in the streets now. Boy shakes his head in pity, saying, "Come from a good home, some of them. They won't last on the street, don't even know what street corners are best to beg at. We will offer them food." The children, dressed in clothes once embellished with silver buttons and lace, are now torn and coated with soot. Swarm around you as you approach with food in hand. Now, I didn't realize how little food I have. A dozen filthy hands tear the offered morsel to shreds as the children scramble for what little they can get.
Your supplies are running low. Make your choices carefully.
One girl approaches you and offers her thanks. She stands staring at you as you turn to leave the alleyway. Suddenly, an armed man sprints into the alley, knocking several children to the ground. He pauses to swear and glances back the way he came. A silver-haired lady, clearly dressed for combat and sporting an array of weapons, stands silhouetted at the end of the alley. "Running is pointless, Mad Eye," she says, matter-of-factly. Mad Eye draws his weapon as the children scatter. "I'm not going back to prison," he yells in defiance. So we could attack Mad Eye, we could join the men attacking the woman, or we could stay back and observe. We'll attack. "This one's mine," the woman tells you as you draw your weapon. More armed men suddenly rush into the alleyway. "Mad Eye," one of them calls. "We won't let her take you." Oh, I didn't read this one right. It looks like it's going to be a big fight. You will find no charity here. When activated, Ketera fires her back-holstered weapon and causes high damage to enemies in range. Stay close to charge her ability faster.
I'll have you know my friend is your father than you.
I'm not quite sure what attack got me, but I figure one hit's not too bad. We definitely need to figure out where we're going to get the food from, though. Silver-haired woman immediately rushes forward to stand over Mad Eye, declaring, "I'm taking this lowlife in and getting the payment." As formidable as the woman looks, you turn to search the other fallen men before leaving the alleyway. Okay,
Deep
so
in the woods, they still know magic. It will be lost there last.
Stunted healing. The rate enemies heal during combat is... I didn't realize they did heal. And we can equip any number of rings. So this is definitely something I don't mind selling. You leave the troubled town of Iron Peak with the impression that you've not yet seen that it that you've not yet seen all that it has to offer. So yeah, pretty mediocre returns there, but in fairness, I'm really short on everything, so...
When the hero runs in, the villain takes their time to bait their trap. Be careful, lest they put you in your place.
A rustling behind you is all the warning you get that your life is in danger. You turn as the cords of a northern bola wrap around your body. A party of northerners charges you as you break free. You've been ambushed. Okay. So this isn't necessarily a bad thing for me, because this is a chance for me to try some ripostes. I'm not particularly good at them, but let's see if we can make this happen.
By sea and sun, fate and fane!
Ah! Oh. Malaclips took the glory. With the raiders defeated, you contemplate your next move. Gain 2 fame, we can search the spoils or continue the journey. We'll definitely search. Okay, so those supplies are definitely the one that I want. Maybe this? There we go. You rifle through the defeated northerners' belongings and uncover a stash of food. So that should cover us for a little while.
At what point does honor bend to pragmatism?
Distressed damsel. The road ahead is blocked by an overturned carriage and a woman calling for help. Please help, she cries. I've been robbed by a band of thugs. Is there anything that you can do? Well, we'll definitely assist. I don't know what the penalty is for failing, but it's likely we will.
Games within games within games.
I mean... It's basically it's actually slightly worse than 50-50 chance, but I really don't want to re-roll that other 4, so... Oof. Well, I thank you. Now, if you would be so kind as to give me all of your gold. The woman draws a pair of concealed blades from her corset. Come on out, boys. You have no time to react as a group of bandits spring from hiding. Lucky for me, I like fighting.
You have to stop helping people! It always ends up like this!
So bungled a couple of misses, and I did let one hit go through, but that was pretty straightforward. With the thugs defeated, you search their bodies for valuables. Okay, this should be considerably more straightforward.
Well done. You continue to impress.
You find some food amongst their possessions. You gain 4 fame. And... oh, that's a very healthy return.
Mages are hard to eradicate at the best of times. We have our ways of hiding from the light.
Following Malaclip's cryptic directions, many of which involve borrowing farm animals, you arrive at the edge of a vast and lonely lake. There, you uncover a cave entrance blocked by a stone door. You must seek out Era of the Veil, in the underneath, the bard had explained, as you excuse me, followed a frightened cow around the previous night. Ask why he's seeking Ira of the Vale. Malaclips drops his wine bottle nervously and forces a loud and hearty laugh, completely ignoring your question. The bespectacled ogre manning the door to the underneath doesn't look up from his book as you approach. 15 food items per entry, he grunts. Jesus, 30 food? Malaclips scoffs. Robbery! If you're trying to hustle us, sir, I'll have you know that I can shoot lightning from my fingertips. The doorkeeper sighs. Times are hard for us, Mal. You'll see when you get in there. Well, let's pay it. Easy come, easy go. The ogre places his book down. With a mighty push, the stone door rolls open. A narrow tunnel takes you deep below the earth, opening into a vast limestone cavern. Twinkling on the edge of an underground lake lies a small shanty town, red lanterns lining the quiet streets. Malaclips leads on. Welcome to the underneath, coin slave. Since that bothersome Empire edict, we've had to hide away in places like this. This used to be quite the hub of activity, but now, he surveys the silent streets grimly, I guess the Empire is increasing its forces. A few mages eye you suspiciously as they pass by. So we could peruse the stores, enter the Devil's Ears Tavern, we could find Malaclips' contact, or we could leave the underneath. I'll open this up to a vote for a second, and the main reason I'm doing that is just so I can put the kettle back on. But I have a feeling there's a little bit less interaction than earlier in the stream, which is totally fine because I realize Bonesweeper is not necessarily for everyone. But I will give you... I basically just want to give people a chance to kind of bring the pulse back to the stream. I don't mind doing this solo for a little while, but if I am going to do that, I'm going to do that with a warm drink in my hand. So, like I said, I'll put the kettle on, then we'll be back. Feel free to vote if you want, but I don't have to do the integration if you don't want it. Okay, there will be a part 2 to this as I douse the leaves in water, but let's start by perusing the stores. There is the risk that we won't find the contact, but I do want to check a few things out, so... Among the abandoned stalls, you find an ancient-looking shop front. Through red lantern light, you read Lelot's Oddments, Used Stones, Directions. There are also signs pointing out a path to curses and blessings. We'll go to the oddments. Maybe we'll avoid the curses and... Well, we'll see. Malaclips stiffs and backs away. I'm not allowed in there after I stole all these stupid pebbles. He lets you go on ahead. With a jangle, you enter the dusty store. You find it filled with shelves, baskets, glass cases with rocks... Shelves, baskets, glass cases with rocks of various shapes and sizes. The wizened shopkeep, Lelot, peers over the counter at you. Ask about the stones. Lelot lights up at the suggestion. He waves his wrinkled hand at the wares. You see baskets of giant boulders, smooth pebbles, and tucked away in the corner, a basket of rings. The shopkeep looks around fondly at the stones. What would you like to buy? Everything's 20 gold apiece. We'll inquire about something else because we don't have the money. With a jangle, you enter the dusty... Okay, we've already done that. Inquire about directions. Where's the nearest trader? Yes, this one here. He drags an ancient finger to a spot on the map. Did that just add a card? Where's the nearest fight? Lelot peers at the map, dusting parts with his shaking, freckled hands. No blood shall be shed around these parts today. A terrible shame. Okay, so we can probably skip the general store. I don't really have any more money than I did. I might want to buy food, but I can probably acquire food through other means. So we'll go back to the town center. So it looks like there's no penalty for checking out other places. We'll go to the Devil's Ears. Malaclips breathes in the heady scent of berry wine, smoke, and feathers. Ah, the devil's ears, my home away from home. He pulls out his lute and leaves to serenade the pretty bartender. She tries her best to ignore him. You survey the bar. A group of burly ogres crowds a too-small table. Meanwhile, a giant, fleshy eyeball floats somberly by the windows. Approach the ogres. The ogres are arguing jovially about winnings. They seem to be caught up in some kind of dice gambling game. Ask about the rules. He wishes for the rules, does he? An ogre slaps another on the back, guffawing. No rules, just roll the dice. If the dice is bigger than a number I choose, you win. An older ogre clears his throat. You might want to know, Sellsword, that we are playing for blessings. Alright, let's ask to play. The largest ogre throws you the dice and pulls out a shimmering scroll containing the blessing that you're playing for. Divine Providence. Dice target 18. Roll 18. The spelled scroll will grant you. Note that this game isn't very fair. The ogres bristle. One grips his club menacingly. As he rises to his height of 2 men, you are quickly reminded that you are dealing with ogres here. Well, let's try it. My kettle's boiling, so I'll be back in a sec. Okay, that should be the last short break of the evening. Don't have any blessings to bet. Okay, yeah, so we'll leave them be. Approach the floating eye. The creature watches you approach with interest. A smile breaks out in the knotted flesh at its base. Do you care to dance, small one? It asks solemnly. Ask for a dance. It is a slow circling dance, the creature humming an old harvest song all the while. After some intermediate amount of time, the dance ends. Ah, the creature sighs. That took me back to my youth. The creature's eye is so large that it's difficult to tell whether it is looking at you or somewhere behind you. Ask what it is. The creature chuckles, and the fleshy tendrils on its underbelly shake heartily. The creature's eye is so large that it is difficult to tell whether... Okay, so it just laughed at me. Ask to trade. This is an item I kept from the last warrior I ate. It regurgitates an item onto the floor with a clatter. Berserker's Creed. What would you offer in return? I'm okay trading that. It inspects the equipment. Yes, this will be a lovely addition to my collection. Alright.
Power Rage grants is often misunderstood.
So, Charged Bash causes a stun to a single target when activated. Basic Bash causes a brief stun. Damage buff, deal more damage the more life you lose in combat. And gain +3 gold whenever you draw a gold gain card. So overall, a pretty decent little outfit for me. 50 hits in combat to unlock the shard. I don't think I quite want to run that risk yet. But I do... Actually, I don't even think I have the fame for it. No, I've got 7, so we'll leave it be. And let's get out of the tavern, so in this case we will find Ira. Malaclips leads the way through the dim, lonely streets to Ira's house. You can hear screaming coming from within. A woman in robes adorned with silver ornaments greets you at the door. Merc said that you'd come begging for help. Regardless, you are late. Malaclips bows with a grin. I have an illness. I'm hoping to purchase a cure. Ira of the Vale frowns for a bit before nodding and letting you come into her house. You enter the sitting room, and the source of the wailing is made clear. A man is locked in a cage, crying in fevered agony. Sores of corruption fester on his body. Without warning, she opens the cage and the man rushes at you. With surprising strength, Ira subdues the mad, writhing creature. This is the mage, Cohen. He thought he could fight off the corruption, but he could not. Ira watches Malaclips carefully as Cohen's cries get more and more guttural. What should I do with him? The bard looks away, disgust and fear on his face. He appears close to passing out. She nods before turning to you. What will you do? We will kill the mage. As Ira holds him down, you end the mage's life. With that dealt with, Ira begins tinkering at a table strewn with dead and shiny things. I do have a cure, but as you know, nothing comes for free with our kind. She taps silver dust from a bottle. Save the stolen mage children for me, and I will give you the cure.
A reward well earned.
Those Empire bastards have taken them to some walled fort in the docks of the city. And you better hurry, Ira smiles at Malaclips. That illness can't be held at bay for much longer, I'd wager. Ask what the illness is. Ira laughs. He hasn't told you, and that's not my place to say. But know this, friend of Malaclips. If he doesn't find a cure soon, you are in grave danger. Nonsense, Malaclips stands, unstoppering a wine bottle nervously. You better hurry, Ira smiles at Malaclips. That illness can't be held at bay for much longer, I'd wager. And how does Ira know Malaclips? He was my lover when I was young and stupid, Ira says matter-of-factly. Nonsense, Malaclips shouts. Why, I'm alluring at all ages. You'd be glad to have me still. Ira gives Malaclips a severe look, and he balks, cowering in his seat. Leave Ira's house. Malaclips seems eager to leave. So we can leave the underneath. Ira of the Veil finds you again just as you begin your ascent. Mal? The bard turns around. You catch a glimpse of hope in his eyes. She avoids his gaze. Take the children to the madman near Frostford. They run an orphanage. I fear it is no longer safe here. And we're going to go to the King's Road because we're short on food. Following the Talos Elder's instructions, you find yourself on the road to Braden. Can you continue to the next village? So for those of you not familiar with Hand of Fate, it's a little bit of a dungeon crawler. The way that the dungeon... I say dungeon, but in this case, we're above ground for sure. And certainly many of the adventures of Hand of Fate or Hand of Fate 2 tend to follow that pattern. Basically, the encounters are told with cards, so it gives you a neat perspective on deck building. The other thing I like about it, and one thing that's kind of struck me about the writing, this was also probably true for Hand of Fate, but I think that because I've been playing some more Elder Scrolls as of late, one of the things I'm really appreciating is how much of this world is being realized through the text. So certainly my imagination is certainly running wild. So you could definitely imagine that, if Defiant had some sort of unlimited budget, I think they could very well sort of realize this interesting fantasy world and sort of have you run around and, and do all sorts of adventures in a CRPG style. But in this case here, the writing is really effective. I find the visuals compelling as well, and not just because the Twitch integration enabled this. But in this case here, right, there's this great economy. There's a lot of focus on, making the battles interesting, and there are fewer environments than are described in the text, but I don't necessarily feel like this was a particularly constrained game. Like, it really does feel like it's got a particular style, a particular point of view, and in this case, I get to sort of imagine this much larger world, and it's interesting. But it's not purely text driven. It's not something where I just sort of feel like I'm, playing a visual novel, let's say. Not to disrespect visual novels. I understand that, people like them, but in this case here, like I'm kind of getting the best of both worlds. I'm getting a deck builder that doesn't overwhelm me with options. I'm getting an interesting fantasy story told by those cards, and I'm getting new cards through those tokens. I'm feeling that progress, and I'm feeling the adventure that I'm going on. But the game still looks and sounds very good. I suspect it... I don't know if I would over or underestimate the budget for this thing, just simply because on one hand, I think it's easy, particularly with Kickstarter sort of sandbagging their asks for budgets. I think that's kind of created this false impression of what it costs to make a given game at a certain level of quality. But on the other hand, I also feel that there's a certain degree of efficiency in the sense that, you know, I guess and I don't want to spend too much time monologuing on this, but I'd put it to you this way. Like, think about certain types of independent film, right? Now, games are going to be different than independent films, but if you think of independent films, you can think of things that take place in sort of single locations or ones that are immediately accessible. So you don't necessarily see a lot of independent films that are space operas, right? There is no independent film equivalent to Dune. But of course, if you've got a Hollywood budget, sure, you can set it on multiple planets. Now, in the case of games, obviously, you are not as restricted. You don't actually need to have real locations. But there, I suppose, is the question, you know, if we build this thing, can we use it more than once, right? So presumably, some of the locations where you have the fights are going to appear over and over again in the game. And you know, if you think of something like, so the reason why I do like it's not just independent film, by the way. Like, if you think of a great movie, 12 Angry Men is something that takes place in one room. Like, I guess maybe two. And there's like a scene outside the courthouse. So like there's maybe 3 total locations. But obviously the majority of the drama, and certainly what makes that film very interesting, is what happens in the jury room. And to a certain extent, this is kind of what Hand of Fate 2 is doing, right? You've got the dealer, you've got the cards, there's a lot that's put into that, and it's an interesting experience. But it's not like, you know, this place doesn't have 101 different locations that you're realizing and that you need to see. And that's kind of just what I mean by the economy, which is I don't feel those constraints. Everything feels properly set up in terms of justifying why it is the way that it is, but I have to assume that this meant that sort of more effort could be put on the things that really make this a memorable game, as opposed to sort of having to put a little extra effort on, you know, sort of realizing these things that are ultimately told in text. Anyways, dusk falls as you continue your quest.
Do not
A village
take lightly
burns.
the mantle of fame. Being a figurehead is not without consequences.
A storm brews as you arrive at Braden and find it under attack from raiders. As the village burns, 3 brave farmers attempt to defend the last of the surviving villagers. One calls out, "Please help! We must stop these savages before all is lost." You draw your weapon and rush to their aid. So this is a chance for me to try some ripostes. I believe the next move is going to trigger one of these events, so if any of you do want to make me happy or make me sad, this is your last chance for these options. Okay, so missed up a chance to riposte. Oh, that's not good. Okay, I don't think we took any damage on that, so that was a pretty good showing. I used to try and target particular characters, but I do tend to find the game sometimes has its own... Like, I don't want to present this as too much of a complaint, but I do sometimes feel like the game sort of has its ideas as to who I should be attacking, and generally I find it's better to just go with the flow. 1, it looks better, but number 2, if I try to force the game too much, I just draw my attention away from what I should be focusing on. So... there's our shield. Shield reflect, one-handed weapon required. Use defend to reflect attacks from ranged enemies. So I'll do this just because of the opportunity to get the token. The Bastion of Purification, I believe, has a higher defense value, but I don't have anything to gain from it. And I believe when I switch to the hammer, I'm not actually going to be able to have the shield equipped. The surviving villagers rush to the farmer's aid and tend to their wounds. "Thank you, hero," they cry. "You have saved our people, but sadly our village is no more. Please accept this small token of our gratitude. For saving all of the peasants, you receive 4 fame." Hey, and we got some food. Oh, quite a bit of food, actually. It is not time to celebrate. They are surely mustering to raid the town of Terran. They point further south down the riverbank. If you are a true hero, you will surely save them. With another village lost to the Northerners, you set out for the next town without delay. Okay, so I was originally going to head up here because I thought it would be the shorter path. Now, I don't know if this level is keeping track of how long it takes me to do this. I think the villages are going to burn no matter what, so I am going to investigate this because I have the food for it. But clearly, if I thought that there was like a benefit to rushing, I would not approach it this way.
You'll notice that my carriage does not stop for every distressed traveler along the way.
The road ahead is blocked by an overturned carriage and a woman calling for help. "Please help," she cries. "I've been robbed by a band of thugs. Is there anything that you can do?" Well, apparently not, because this will be the 3rd time, and if we fail it, we're 3 for 3 for it being a trap. Okay, so I'll re-roll both of these. The 3, there is kind of that equal chance of it being worse, but I don't know. I feel like it's okay. Anything 3, like anything below 4, I kind of feel safe. Re-rolling. Hey, we got it. "Thank you," the woman says as you help her from her carriage. "Please accept this as a token of my gratitude." Cool. Hey! Even better. You thank the woman and continue on your way. You gain 2 fame. So this is one of the big reasons why I want to walk around. If my fame isn't up by the end, I'm assuming that will deny me the gold token.
If you fall in a trap once, you may blame error. To fall in the same trap again smacks of foolishness.
Wrestling behind you is all the warning you get that your life is in danger. As you turn as the cords of a Northman bola wrap around your body. A party of Northerners charges at you as you break free. You've been ambushed. When skies are darkened by your enemy's volleys, fight in the shade of this personal wooden bulwark.
By sea and sun, fate and fade.
I wasn't sure if that was going to come through or not. Obviously, I blew it with Malaclipse's ability. I'll stop by him just to try and get the activation a little earlier. There we go. So that was a missed opportunity to do a block there, but hard to complain about a chance to get a special ability in. There we go. I'm dodging more than blocking, so I gotta be careful about that. So I'm not sure what the angry sun in the top is. Oh, -1 blessing. With the raiders defeated, you contemplate your next move. So I don't know what the penalty is for searching for spoil. Oh wait, no, I know, because it's a draw. Money! You rifle through the defeated northerner's belongings and uncover a stash of gold. And we get +3 because of the Berserker's Creed. On we go.
The longest night, and a symbol of the deepest matters. You would do well to attend to the things that happen here.
Winter solstice. On the longest night of winter, the townsfolk of Stigall set up around a huge bonfire to celebrate the victory of light over darkness. One night, the Empire turns a blind eye to the outlawed use of magic. You join a group of peasants close to the fire. Taking a sip, the woman beside you offers you a goblet. You politely accept the pungent potion and take a quick swig. Warmth rushes through your body, and you fall into a deep hypnotic trance as you stare into the dancing flames. You wake to find yourself in a stable, nestled among a herd of cows. On your way out, you spot a few unconscious Empire guards huddled together outside the stable. No blessing cards found in the inventory.
Although you clearly dabbled with gods to arrive here, you do not need them. You have your own strengths.
So I'm curious how this is going to turn out because my fame is not yet 20. Your quest brings you to a remote shrine high in the mountains. It is revered among the few local peasants for its remarkable healing properties. You kneel before the shrine and beseech the gods to take pity on you. Alright, relatively easy roll. Sunshine appears through a break in the clouds to bathe you in a radiant glow. Cool. Oh! I was going to say, 10% is respectable, 20% is very good.
These tokens represent the expansion of the game. More options, more cards, more opportunities.
Oh, I've no luck at all on this one. Excuse me. The Market Bazaar is a hive of activity. Traders from across the lands call out to passers-by to sell their wares. As the sun beats down on the crowded street, you pause briefly to draw water from a fountain. You feel something tug on the inside of your tunic. Turning quickly, you discover a pickpocket making off with some of your belongings. You jump to your feet and catch a glimpse of the thief as they weave through the crowd. Oof. So yeah, when you get a huge success, you get a die roll for what is presumably the card. So the fact that I'm adding Market Thief is essentially kind of signing myself up for a gold loss, but I still want to keep trying on this. The tangled maze of people proves too much for you, and the thief makes their escape.
Wealth through exploration. We have many lands to discover, you and I. If you cannot make use of this, I will question your skills.
A traveling cartographer in the process of making the first full map of the Empire wishes to pay you gold for information on areas you have seen in your recent travels. I need not know every stream or stone that lies from here to the capital. I'm sure whatever knowledge you can provide will be of some worth. So this is actually pretty decent for me because we've basically revealed everything we can, and we'll accept 14 gold as our payment because we're getting out of here soon anyway. The cartographer listens intently as you relate what you can remember of the neighboring areas. You spend several hours in his company until he is satisfied that you have nothing else useful to add. Okay, so I'm kind of curious what would get us the token there. You find yourself on the road to Terran. Continue to the next village. Dusk falls as you continue on your quest.
Actions, of course, have consequences.
You
cannot think that the steps you have taken will bring a simple peace. No.
You arrive at Terran at dawn to find it under attack from raiders. As the village burns, 3 brave farmers attempt to defend the last of the surviving villagers. One calls out, "Please help, we must stop these savages before all is lost." You draw your weapon and rush to their aid. So of course our goal here is to try and save as many villagers as possible, but that tends to align rather well with my goal of, you know, beating the crap out of the bad guys, so.
I'm no happier to be here than you lot.
Oh, we lost one. Oh, we lost two. Jesus, I should have been paying closer attention. Ah, so close. Alright, that could have been better. Not just for the losses, but I got really sloppy at the end there. Fire inflicts 40 less damage. I don't feel like I really need it, but I also don't need another weapon right now, so let's go for the extinguisher.
A useful tool, but simple magic.
The surviving villagers rush to the farmer's aid and tend to their wounds. Thank you, adventurer, they cry. You've helped save what remains of our people, but sadly our village is no more. Please accept this small token of our gratitude. So only 2 fame. I definitely should have done better on the farmers. It is not time to celebrate. They are surely mustering to raid the town of Dangernoon. They point further south down the riverbank. If you are a true hero, you surely will save them. With another village lost to the Northerners, you set out for the next town without delay. So I think, as usual, we're going to...
You strike me as the type who would put themselves in harm's way for the benefit of others. Yet, perhaps you'd rather have someone else sacrifice themselves for you.
I'm definitely going to try and get more fame. We definitely need to kind of compensate for what we failed to get at the previous location. You hear shouting up ahead. As you make your way down the cobbled street, you see lights flickering on the road in front of you. As you approach, you see a building, flames and smoke billowing out from its upper room windows. A crowd has formed outside, passing buckets of water between one another to temper the blaze. As you push your way through the crowd, you see a woman frantically pleading to the villagers. Please help, my family is in there. Anyone, please help. So we can brave the fire yourself, let Malaclips attempt the rescue, or decline. We will brave the fire ourselves. We're probably going to get...
The wheel is one of my favorite innovations. It combines many different elements of our game into one.
So this is a tricky one because I don't know if it instantly stops or if it's going to go a few steps later, but I'm going to try and stop at the first sort of one of toil. It kind of looks like it's a 50-50 chance, but on the chance that it gives me a couple cards before I finish, I'm going to try and take one of those one of toils over one of the failures. Yeah, there we go. Confirm or choose again. That's cool that we get to redraw, but it's hard for me to complain about these kinds of failures, so we will continue. Through a haze
a wise decision.
Through a haze of smoke, you find the woman's youngest daughter crying under a bed. You coax her out, scoop her up, and carry her out of the blaze. A villager rushes to your aid. Thank you, brave adventurer. I can take it from here, but be warned, the building is not safe. It will soon collapse. The woman embraces her child, then turns to you once more. My husband! Did you see my husband? He's still in there. Please, please help. The dealer adds another life pain card to the wheel gam. No, we're going back. Oof. I better hope for a little more, this is definitely a little more challenging, so... Oof! Yeah, it's definitely, definitely a little bit of a delay on that one, so... I think I needed to wait 2 cards. Oh, god damn it. The smoke is too thick and you find yourself disoriented.
Next time.
Smoke is too thick and you find yourself disoriented. Eyes burning, you fumble your way back out of the building to catch your breath. The woman sees you emerge empty-handed, and the woman lets out a cry. Return to the building. Got it! You find the woman's son attempting to find his way out through the smoke and flames. Grabbing his hand, you lead him back through the building to safety.
Now the power is yours to use.
Yeah, we will equip this. A villager rushes to your aid. Thank you, brave adventurer. I can take it from here, but be warned, the building is not safe. It will soon collapse. We're going back. Oh, you monsters. Okay. I'm definitely going to try for 3 cards on this one. Oh, not even close. Well, at least it's pain. With a sudden crack, a beam above you gives way, injuring you and blocking your path. You retrace your steps out of the building. We're going back. So much pain. Man, I can't even see the one anymore. Okay. Oh, I lost track, so... Not even close. Oh, did we get it? Oh, nuts! I was so close. You hear a shrill cry as a beam in the next room collapses. The fire claims a victim. As you exit the building, it collapses behind you. While you were unable to save everyone, the villagers are grateful for your valiant effort. So that didn't cost us too much, but we did unfortunately fail to get the token.
Worthy to wield the weapon of champions. The raiders will hide from you no longer.
I think only one person lost, Unknown Brigade. You turn Hrethia's ire over in your hands. The rune on its face begins emitting a golden light. It is unclear if it now weighs less or you have newfound strength, but either way, you can now wield the mighty hammer. The Sanctum. Remembering the Elder of Talos' instruction, you set out towards the Sanctum of the Shaman. So I'm going to take the opportunity to check out the remaining locations. Ooh, arm wrestling. You enter a competition of strength at a fair. A gold prize is available to the winner. Your opponent in the 3rd round is Parley, the brass hag. She touts herself as a fearsome pirate, but needs the money from this competition to get herself a boat. It is a really great series, and I've played the first to completion, which I really enjoyed, but this second game, I really like how they've built on it. So far, the changes are working for me. The combat feels a little bit different, and it might just be my unfamiliarity with it, but I'm not displeased. It just feels a little different, and I really like how the game has gotten bigger. I particularly like how the world has gotten bigger. I definitely feel like my imagination is sort of running a little bit further with this. So 14. All right, well, let's give it a shot. That looked like that was going to be a really good showing, and then it was anything but. But we might be able to pull this off. A surge of strength brings Parley a swift victory. Defeat in the 3rd round brings a paltry reward. But we get a little extra because of my armor. You take the lesser reward for losing in the competition of strength. When you return, a new contest will begin. Okay, so like I said, we're just going to move on. I think... So I have 2 options of handling this, right? I could have gone through that old location and then had this be a mystery. I like the idea of being able to choose, okay, I'm going to take some damage here because I know I've got a couple moves that'll get me like food and health. So in this case, I'm going to uncover these new ones and then we're going to go to the Sanctum. While strolling the docks of Iron Peak, a tattooed woman calls to you from a small fishing sloop. As she shakes your hand, she introduces herself as Rana Ishmael, captain of the SS Remarkable. I wonder if this is a reference to Moby Dick. You look strong of arm and sure of aim. Have you considered a career in the fast-paced world of deep-sea harpoon fishing? Ask about harpoon fishing. It's a popular pastime among the kinds of folks who need to prove their physical prowess, she says, brandishing a rust-covered harpoon. I can get you out on the water right now, or for a little extra gold, I know where I can acquire a premium harpoon. It'll help steady your aim. Behind her, the sea beckons. We've got a lot of gold right now, so let's purchase the premium harpoon. Rana pads off down the docks and returns hastily, the sinews of her arms bulging under the weight of the new harpoon. This will improve your aim, provided you can raise it off the deck. Purchase the harpoon. With her supplies safely stowed, Captain Rana sails the boat away from the dock and out into the open waters. The pendulum beam will now move slower in this encounter. As the shoreline disappears, Rana drops anchor. You need me to tell you how this works, or are you ready to throw some harpoons around? Ask for instructions. She puts one arm on your shoulder and points down into the water. We call that the ocean. It's got fish in it. If you throw your harpoon down there and hit one, I'll pull it up for you. You want to be careful of the reef wall. If your harpoon ends up in there, you might as well kiss it goodbye. The deeper you go, the bigger the fish, though you can never be too certain of what you'll catch. Finally, there's a shipwreck way down there, an old merchant vessel. See that golden glimmer? If you need to find a target fair and true, I'd aim for that. Get a firm grip on the harpoon and take aim at the reef below. Oh, that's neat. Oh, man.
Pendulum swings like a scythe, bearing hope or failure.
This is a really neat idea, so I'm curious if it's instantaneous. Nope, that's right,
Nicely
straight down the middle.
timed.
All right. Your harpoon descends further into the reef. I was wondering what this thing was. This is definitely a cool idea. The harpoon descends to the lowest reaches of the reef. The merchant's vessel treasures glitters tantalizingly on the ocean floor. This is probably going to be a hard one. Oh god, yeah. All right, we'll make it work. So I had an opportunity there, but I blew it. That was definitely
You have done well.
in danger of being premature, but I'm glad the game was merciful. Your harpoon buries itself in something solid. Rana hauls your catch up onto the deck.
A tool of life and of death.
Dead Man's Hand. It's an artifact. Last shot. Aim a spell that deals 50 damage to the first enemy it hits. Causes more damage when your life is low. Max 500 damage. Powerful combat item with a limited number of uses. Yeah, we can equip it. Among the coins and confused sea urchins, you spy a curious gauntlet. It hums with arcane power as you slide it over your hand. I love the glove. The sun hangs low on the horizon. Rana raises the anchor and says, time to return to the docks and to distribute the sea's bounty. I would love to say it's so bad when I get to the sanctum, but unfortunately I'm probably not going to use it. Armed Northerners await you on the docks. A burly warrior, reeking of fish and salt water, points at Rana accusatorially. There she is, the one who stole my father's whaling harpoon. Let's teach her what we do to pirates around these parts. You draw your weapon and prepare to face your attackers. Hretha's ire, bestowed to the people of the western fishing villages by the clans of the north in a time of peace and prosperity. Alright. Q for the artifact, which I may or may not do. Hammer time. Ah! I don't know if I can block. Oh, that's cool. Okay, I can... Oh, that's good. I love this game. I should give credit to Johnny Big Time, who's the one who gifted this to me. This is definitely a really good time. Nice work protecting the cargo, says Rana, as she rolls one of the Northerners off the pier. Rana scoops up a pile of gold coins out of the waterlogged treasure chest. Not what I was expecting to haul up, but good enough. Rana gives you a casual salute, a bucket of chum dangling from her arm. If you ever want to go out on the water again, you know where to find me. Is General Store a general for the Empire or the Northerners? Alright. So I'm going to sell some equipment that I don't need anymore. Soldier's sword. Shield. You can hang on to the rest of these. Rings would be welcome, but none here. I am gonna buy. It seems a little weird to buy some food, but I just have such a surplus of food right now, and I've had a couple of events that have needed it. I just like the idea of having a big reserve.
They have naught but contempt for you. I cannot understand why you would have anything to do with them.
You trespass on gnomish grounds, human, a voice calls out as a dozen small creatures leap from the trees around you. The penalty for this transgression is death. Make peace with your gods. This is such a ridiculous but very funny encounter. It is amusing. You deal with the gnomes in a non-fatal way. I know Cheese expressed some discomfort with the way that this was handled, but I do actually find it kind of amusing. I guess because I see them, like, they're humanoid, they're not... I don't feel like people are being made fun of in this, but... Anyways, fiercely territorial, trespass in gnomish lands and face the consequences. Pesky, persistent, and impossible to hit, gnomes cause snare, evade to avoid, or struggle to break free. Gnomes can only be deterred by a finisher. Run for your lives! Alright. Oh, too late. Ah! Stop! There we go. Revenge. Okay, not quite what I intended to do, but... I don't think I got caught by them the last time. Oh, spy versus spy. I'm kind of curious what that looks like. The battered gnomes pick themselves up from the battlefield and approach you cautiously. Alright, the penalty for this transgression is no longer death. We'd like to parley. We seek arms to defend ourselves, a gnome declares loudly. Hand over some of your equipment and we'll release you. We can even pay you something. I'll give you some food for a helmet, one of the small folk exclaims. I'll share the secrets of this land for a ring, another chimes in. I will definitely give them the ring. So I don't think I'm going to have to worry that much about fire. You were sure you wish to trade these items away? Yes. You surrender the equipment to the gnomes. Satisfied, they offer payment in return. The gnomes retreat to the forest with their prize and soon begin fighting over it. Oh, I really thought that was going to give me the token.
You have prepared yourself for this battle. Now you must face it, but not alone, perhaps.
It is as the Talos Elder said, Malaclips remarks. The shaman's sanctum is protected by a magical barrier. Best you try that hammer. You raise Hretha's ire above your head and bring it down against the magical wall with all your might. The hammer finds its mark and you are immediately engulfed in a blizzard of snow and ice. The howling winds spin you this way and that, then vanish as quickly as they had appeared. Disoriented, you look around for Malaclips, but he is nowhere to be found. You find your bearings and realize that you are standing in a forest clearing covered in newly fallen snow. You step back and bump into something. Turning, you see a towering northern clansman, bald and brutal.
He has brute strength, if nothing else.
He does not flinch, nor seems even in the slightest bit interested in you. He stands with weapons drawn and brow lowered. You turn to follow his gaze. Then you see her, sitting on a throne of wicker and thorns, small straw-plated charms and oddities hanging from the trees behind her. Before her kneel countless raiders, worshipping their leader in an eerie stillness. Defender of villagers and the exiled one, the shaman says with a hiss. She steps down from her throne. I know why you've come. Let this end. I hope you know how to fight, hero, says the bald northerner calmly. There are more warriors here than we can kill. To defeat a snake, you must cut off its head. You ready your weapon as the shaman and her clansmen surround you. So I'm debating as to whether or not I want to go straight for the shaman or if I want to go for the ads, because I have a feeling that the ads are going to be the thing that kills the ally here, and the ally might wind up giving me a token. Raid Leader Gurda. Raid leaders are the front line of the Northern Assault, centers of tactical and religious guidance. The shaman casts spells that heal her allies. Attack her quickly to interrupt her spell. Okay, that's actually going to be a bit of a challenge, but let's work with what we've got.
Get me that fight. Stand clear of my blades, and I stand clear of yours.
Okay. So yeah, I've more or less got what I want to do here. Oops. That is a fast heal. Good music on this too. Oh, that's a cool ability. Ah, get out of there! That was a neat fight. Shaman's body writhes as a dark spirit leaves her chest and vanishes into the air. The remaining raiders flee into the forest. As the sky is clear, the sun beams down on the colossal warrior that had fought alongside you. I'm Kolbjorn, he explains. I was born into the northern clans, but I am clanless now. You do not know us, but we were not always like this. Perhaps one day the clans will return to the tradition that they have lost. You befriended Kolbjorn the Wanderer. You and I have cleared a small part of the stain from my honor this day. If you call, I will answer. He reaches out a massive hand and clasps your forearm. Let us head back and find your friend. And with that, you and Kolbjorn make your way back through the forest in search of Malaclips.
Another card returns to my deck. Do not worry, I have more challenges before you will be ready to face my foe. Well done. Another northerner falls before you, and a new companion joins your journey.
For defeating the Shaman of the North, we have Armor of Gluttony, Ring of Food, Pious Robes, and Frontier Barbet. That's our first helmet, I think. We also gain Fame and Shame, Watchtower with I think this was Platinum, Raider's Ambush, and Bridge Skirmish. Finally, Hretha's Ire for proving yourself a worthy hero. And for befriending Kolbjorn, Clan Eyebright, and the Wanderer. And I'm assuming this is because we add the Fame. Defending all of the villages, we get the Elder's Gift. So I don't know if the color for this is related to Fame or if there's another property that this indicates, but it is a cool design. We also got a couple tokens from my actions. So for here, this is for convincing Ira to help Malaclips. We've got the Stolen Ones. That one took a lot of food, so I'm kind of glad that turned out. And our next token for landing the catch of the day, we've got Dead Man's... Okay, so we get to keep that now. I didn't actually use that in the fight, so... There we have it.
You have done well. You understand the basic rules of the game now. From here, they will change.
Interesting. I seem to recall... I think it was the Hierophant that Cheese had said was sort of the first wall that people had hit. I don't think I have it in me tonight, so we're already an hour over, and it's crossed over into midnight, so there's a few things that I wanted to get done. I'm going to have a pretty full weekend ahead of me on top of just trying to do the usual YouTube things. I've been working on some job stuff. I've been trying to catch up on some reading. I've got so many overdues at the library, so I think it's better for me. I can't end early, obviously, but I'll keep it. I'll keep it within parameters. I really like Hand of Fate too. I definitely plan on doing some more of it, but I spent a little more time on Bonesweeper than I was intending, but I don't think that's a bad thing. That's just an indication of how much I enjoyed the game. But I hope you all had a good time with this, whether that was through, sharing Bonesweeper with me for a little while, or through watching some Hand of Fate. If Bonesweeper wasn't quite your cup of tea, don't worry, that's not going to be a permanent feature of the channel, but I suppose the only argument that I could make for it would be, if I'm not willing to experiment with unconventional things, or things that may not be obvious choices, then I'm not going to discover those sort of gems that kind of come out of nowhere and people really like. So, I hope you had a good time with it. If you want to see more Bonesweeper, please let me know. I know I don't quite know when the release is planned for Cheese, but I'm sure he'll let us know. I might actually host him tonight. Let me just take a quick second here and see if he's still going to be around for a little bit, because I know he worked on Hand of Fate, and it'd be nice to host him. But hey, no problem, Olaf. Let me just take a quick second here.
This is interesting.
I got a couple people I can host, so I obviously don't want to host Valiant Cheese and then have him just be finishing up. This may take a minute for me to sort out. But yeah, thank you, Olaf. Thank you, all of you who are hanging out. I would really appreciate it if you can stick around for a little bit. And it's only because I've got... So for those of you who like Hand of Fate 2, one of the developers on Hand of Fate 2 is somebody I can host.
Yeah, I'm still around.
Okay, cool. So yeah.
Hope that the purple wasn't too much. It is a good jape.
But yeah, as you can hear, Cheese is...
It does not respect the game's aesthetic, I think is how I would like to phrase that. I can definitely understand anybody who finds it not to their taste.
So for those of you wondering what he's talking about, Valiant Cheese was the one responsible for the kind of this purple background that we see here.
I figure there is a small assumption you make that when, as a developer, you come into someone's stream, you break in the fourth wall a bit for them. And that's just...
You can all just hear this directly from him. I'll hit the raid button now. I'm ready to go with it. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful
there's
evening.
Not much of a way around, advertently or otherwise.